And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Hey!
Thank you for
the
tuning
rogue
in.
doing their best life.
The rogue successfully stealthing. So we are back for this week's episode of Dicecream Sandwich. Thank you, everybody in the chat. Welcome to the stream for this week. Pretty stoked on everything. Getting into some real deep stuff after last week's session. Yeah, it was some good.
Every episode? That's bullshit.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't really go to the mall.
Let's go to
goddamn shirtless Raiden, you handsome debonair.
Yeah, introduced the thirst trap that is Raiden Vorsk.
We're gonna have to kill him, guys.
It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen.
That
really likes that. It's gonna happen.
That horny monk get away with this.
Yeah.
Damn, you really went in on that pun because he's a.
Yeah. There you go.
Get it? All right.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, you're right, Ray. Time ain't real during quarantine. It just happens. But yeah, no big announcements this week, I don't think, right?
Oh, shit! I got an announcement for everyone on the stream, or for what's going on. If anyone doesn't know, we're releasing audio of these on Spotify and other podcast networks. So yeah, I think we've shared the Spotify account address or whatever, but kind of keep doing that throughout the night. It's a great way to catch up if you don't want to look at our faces. And yeah, that's about all I can say.
Or if you don't have 4 hours for each session to watch a video.
Yeah, that's true.
Too true.
On the car ride, while you're doing chores, while you're making dinner, while you're doing your social distance walking, all those things.
Exactly.
I have only ever seen a couple of episodes of Critical Role live. I've listened to all of it. I don't watch it. I know they're cute and everything, but I just find it easier to not. I don't want to say waste my time, but spend my time in front of a screen and instead just be okay, great, I can focus on this, do something else.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Well, yeah,
a lot of people consume campaigns audio only. It's the only way they can do that much content.
Yeah.
Watching is really good, and we really
appreciate
that you're all
yeah, thanks to everyone that pulled up.
I just think, guys, have fun.
that was not a shit on
We're
anybody.
specialer. We just no.
That is 100% correct. It is easier to simp in a recording. Anyway.
It's true. It's true.
Anyone who doesn't want to watch back episodes, say you missed one, you like watching it live, but watching a video recording of us is not your fave. I get it. You can listen to the audio.
Yeah,
I don't watch
and I do
video
make
of anything ever.
Yeah.
exactly.
I do make the audio sound prettier, so it is a bit better,
I have no desire to interact with the tiny people in the box.
I have all the desire because I am the one who does it. But yeah, so we do have some cool news as well. Just so everybody's aware, as a celebration of starting up on Chapter 2, we are doing a giveaway every week. We've been announcing that on all of our socials. On our first campaign episode, we gave away one of these awesome dice trays printed by somebody the file was made by somebody on Thingiverse. So that's something where I'll post a link in the chat. You can see a couple of us have all of these. Last week, we also gave away a nice set of dice. One of those has been delivered. The other one should be there by the end of the week. And then this week, we're going to be going back and we're going to be giving away another one of these full-on dice trays. So this is something where you've got a nice little 9 slot here for all your dice. You've got a full spell slot tracker, slots for levels 1 through 8. Pen holder at the top, and then even a little rolling area in the side. So it's perfect for anybody who's got a campaign that is mobile. If you're having to be at home or if you're going to somebody's place, you don't want to bring all of your stuff with you. This is a fantastic little piece. And so we'll be giving this one away for free on the break. Make sure you stick around for that. We will be taking about a 10-minute break, usually about 2 hours or so into the stream. And then we'll be go ahead and giving away that, doing a keyword giveaway, announcing that after, and then we'll get it shipped out pretty quick after that.
Now, Kaylee, you had a question. What was that?
Yeah.
Teacher, can I go to the bathroom? Actually, sorry. This thing occurred to me after last week's giveaway is how easy is it for somebody who gets those to paint them? I think that would be a cool thing for a lot of
yeah, that's actually a really good question. So these are just 3D printed. They're made using basically standard what's called PLA plastic, polylactic acid plastic. So printing directly on it and painting directly on it, probably not going to be the best. It's a little bit slippery. But if you've got a primer of some kind, a white or a black or a gray primer, you can actually spray this and then paint right on it. If you saw any of our Chapter 1 stuff, you'll have seen that we had a lot of really awesome full 3D dungeons that were all printed and hand painted. Those are all made of the same material. It was just me priming everything. I just buy a nice little spray primer and then paint it, and it works out fantastically. You saw how awesome those pieces looked. This can be exactly the same thing. Yeah, good question. Alrighty, so with that, does anybody have anything else to add? I don't think so. Awesome.
Let's roll some dice.
We're going to roll some dice. So we're going to go ahead and play our intro. We'll be back with you guys in 1 minute.
Okay.
And we are back. So, last we left off, the party having made their way, leaving Barovia, taking a year gap, doing some intrepid adventures, whether it was by themselves or in a group, and eventually Leif and Hope having made their way down to the hub city of Waterdeep, one of the northern cities along the Sword Coast. Upon reaching that city, had a relatively nice evening, and then a very difficult night, as Leif was visited by a vision of a burning hellscape, and not a threat per se, but a warning from his deity to gather allies and prepare for something that would be coming. A few days passed, the messages were sent out, everybody was regathered within the city of Waterdeep, eventually reacquainted after their year off, and the party was given notice that there was a recent attack in the city of Secomber by some creatures referred to as devils, or spawns of hell. They found that a bit too much of a coincidence to coincide with Leif's dream. So they ended up finding a contract on a local bounty board, had an interaction with Lieutenant Ryden Vorsk, a bare-chested midnight black tiefling who seemed to be one of the commanders within the Waterdeep of the Lord's Alliance armies. They were introduced to Lady Laryl Silverhand, the Open Lord of Waterdeep, and acquired the contract on an investigation mission where they would take some time, make their way over to the city of Secomber, and once there, investigate what exactly had happened, see what they could find, because it seemed like information on this was relatively difficult to obtain. So perhaps they might have better luck than the Lord's Alliance troops who were within that city. So the party prepared themselves. After a day of gathering supplies, exchanging items, they set out for Secomber, riding due south toward the city of Daggerford, and then had gotten about 3 or 4 days into the journey and were just cutting east towards Secomber, and that was where we last left off, with them still on the road, making their way towards the city. So for you guys, this is a pretty well-traveled route, right? There's not exactly a ton of things that tend to befall different people while they're on the road. It's just very much a regularly traveled route. Something that a lot of people go through every day, making their way down between Daggerford and Waterdeep. But cutting east towards Secomber, the road gets a little bit rougher. Not by any stretch of the imagination backwoods level, but definitely not the more paved, really clean, established road. It starts to get a little bit more spotty in certain places. And you gather that it's probably a better idea to camp for different parts of the night in certain areas off of the trail, whereas on the road from Waterdeep heading down, there were kind of designated camp spots, right? Different buildings, there were assorted produce carts that you could buy fresh vegetables and fruit from. This is definitely more of a journey that's people are in for the long haul. This is a merchant trail, less than a residential trail that people tend to travel on a decent amount of time. So you pull into the 5th day. Nothing really seeming to befall you while you're on the road. You eventually just pull in for the evening, and you find yourselves actually camped at the southern side on day 6 of a set of mountains, one that you actually recognized from one of the other contracts that was within Waterdeep, where you know that there was a roving orc band. And there was a contract out for an orc warlord, something that you needed to be aware of because you were taking this trip. You were made aware of the fact that this would be something that might be on your way. So you camp for the evening, set guards for the night, and just to make sure that everything is kosher, you watch out for the evening, but nothing seems to befall you. You do notice, however, that there are quite a few tracks of where these orcs may have come through. There may have been places that these orcs did attack different travelers, but you yourselves seeming to be unscathed on your way through. But it gives you a good idea of looking where to look should you ever be curious on following up on that contract at some point in the future.
Seeing their tracks, can I glean anything about their fighting styles or the way they might have ambushed travelers so we would know for the future?
Sure, make a survival check.
Are we in the forest?
No, so it's a very large open dirt road, and then it leads kind of up into a mountain. It's a very just mountainous, rocky area. There's a couple of sparse trees and bushes here and there, but it's definitely not a forest by any stretch.
Well, mountains are my other favorite terrain.
They are, so you go ahead and have advantage.
Yes.
Seeing Elethe make this check, would Leif be able to cast guidance on her?
Sure, I'd say that'd be fine, because it would be a progressive thing. You'd see her walking around a little bit and be able to help out here.
Sure. I'd be like Sherlock Holmesing it around.
Yeah.
Tracks. Oh, nat 20.
Nat
So
20.
Hey!
the guidance and my survival bonus, it's going to be
Oh boy.
31.
31, okay. There was a very recent attack, probably within the last 2 days. So you feel as though you may have gotten a little bit lucky, waiting a little bit of extra time before you headed out of Waterdeep. Otherwise, or if perhaps you were trying to take a fast travel route, you might have found yourselves being ambushed on one of these nights. You notice that there are a lot of tracks. The contract was specifically for an orc warlord, which is something that is even greater than most of you have experienced. Typically, orcs have war bands, they have war chiefs, occasionally they have a few spellcasters and just kind of, you know, the regular folk, the orcs themselves. But an orc warlord is typically something that has united a few different chiefs under a single banner, which is very unheard of. So you would gather based on the number of tracks that they probably attacked a caravan, maybe 3 to 4 people who were within the caravan, and there looked to be at least a dozen orc-sized footprints with two very deep, one set of very deep, heavy impact footprints. And you would imagine that the warlord seemed to be somebody who was not content to sit on a throne and send out the orcs, but actually ride into battle himself.
There were two. Maybe.
Sorry.
There was it was 2 footprints, so a pair of just one set of footprints. Yeah, Kev.
During the sequence of tracking the orc tracks, has Leif done this while we were traveling, or is these tracks nearby us at our camp that we are at now?
The latter. It's nearby to where a camp you are for the evening. You essentially pull in off the side of the road. You're checking around a little bit, making sure where you are is safe, and Elethe finds the tracks.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yep.
Hey, which way are those tracks going?
Tracks head straight up towards the mountain. They're essentially heading due north from where you are.
Interesting. Do we want to warm up a little, maybe?
Sorry, what was that?
Do we want to do a little warm up before we head into Secomber, maybe?
Oh, I mean, I think we should probably hit the city and then we could deal with the orcs afterwards. But just knowing where they're going to and might be giving us an advantage.
Leif, how do you feel about that? Are you feeling time sensitive in getting to the city, or do you want to potentially deal with this now when we know exactly where they are?
Yeah, I definitely think it might be worth, in my opinion, continuing on. We know where the orcs they've kind of been residing here for a bit by the sounds of it. You know, we don't know how long what's kicking around in Secomber it's going to be there, so I'm thinking it might be worthwhile to continue on, but I'm happy to put that to the group.
How much longer do you think it is from here to Secomber?
From where you guys are now, given how long the travel distance would be, you've been traveling for the better part of 6 days. It'd probably be about another 3 days onto Secomber.
Okay.
And how far is that mountain pass over there?
Based on where you are now, you'd be looking at going up into the mountains for probably, you actually have no idea, distance-based, 4 to 5 hours, maybe 6 hours to actually reach like fairly high up the mountains, and you're turning in for the evening already, so it'd be something you'd have to wake up the following day.
Does it look like we could get there and back sort of a day's journey each way?
Potentially.
I'd say the only thing that I'd be concerned about is, I mean, I think we packed enough supplies for 15 days, but I'm just making sure that we had rations. I mean, I can help with that. I can do some hunting, but...
Have we been buying supplies along the road, maybe?
You would have had fairly decent access to fresh fruit and veg, but it's up to you if you wanted to spend the coin on that, or if you were just eating the rations based on the amounts that were given to you by the Alliance before you left.
I mean, I don't mind putting some money down to make sure we're eating fresh every night. I hear that's good for us.
Yes.
What?
I'm sure that's been getting
It's just really like.
No, that's that wholesome, we're getting all our essential vitamins and minerals. I think Leif would probably be into that.
Doctor's orders.
It'd be about 3 days worth of fresh food. So at 2 silver pieces a head, you'd be looking at 1.2 gold. So for the journey down, we'll say 4 gold pieces and from everybody, like in total. And that would have sufficed you for fresh food on your way south until you hit the turning point heading east.
If it's mainly vegetables, I'd begrudgingly eat them.
You would have, because you're still pretty close to the coast, you would actually have access to pretty fresh meat and fresh fish as well as the vegetables. So
less carrots help your eyes get better.
Tuna.
I know. Tuna's a great. It just kills everything. Raw fish,
Spinach, you might be able to do another backbend on a hag.
Oils, everything you need. Pretty much like a meaty vegetable, raw fish.
If we're near any streams, I could help you fish as well. We learned to do that in the underground caverns, did you know?
We could have a little bit of a fish off.
Oh, we're going to be fishing. That's kind of exciting.
I mean, if we want to wait for the orcs to show up, that's a great idea.
Could be baked. Oh, the goats.
I've been catching bugs on the way down. It's been pretty relaxing, you know.
My flimsy axe broke on a tree, so I have to make a new one.
Oh, brutal.
Leif could mend that for you. So the one thing also is there's 12 pairs of tracks. Is that including, Jordy, sorry, is that including the Warlord?
Yes, that was including the Warlord.
Do any of the tracks disappear because at one point when the other person was too weak to carry on, he was carrying another one?
No.
Okay. It looks like they pretty much attacked in the middle of the night and killed everyone involved and won that battle without much resistance. So I don't think so. I mean, so there'll be 12 of them. We've faced down parties that are larger than ours before, but it's something to factor in.
I mean, it's not that far. We could probably just go there, clear them out, do things as we go, and then go to the city. But I leave it up to Leif. This is his family that's in danger. So,
I mean, I did check in with my granny. She's fine. So if this is something y'all want to do, I'm actually happy to do it.
I just think we clear out side quests on the way.
That's not a bad idea, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Are we all in
for doing this? How do you guys think? Do you think our Lady
Silverhand?
Lady Silverhand, do you think there's an expectation of us to do this in a very timely manner?
She didn't give us
think so.
She just asked us to get it done.
Okay.
Doesn't look like anyone else has been able to take care of business so far, so they had to bring in the A team.
Doesn't it kind of benefit her as well if we're clearing dangers off the roads from travelers who are going to and from her city?
Mm-hmm.
The other thing, though, we might have to think about is whether we want to bring the wagon up all the way into the mountains. It might be.
Have we clarified what wagon we have. We did,
It's
right?
my wagon.
The Strahd wagon.
The converted Strahd wagon, yeah.
Could we ask Hope to watch the wagon while we head up?
I think we might want to bring Hope with us.
Okay. That's fair. Just, figured.
Yeah.
They are a powerful ally.
That's true.
They've got laryngitis, so they can't talk today. So
Yeah, they're
I mean,
we were
they have
singing.
Not
about-
if you agree, Hope.
Can we take the wagon up the path, Jordy, or is it foot traffic only?
Just heading off of the road, you'd be able to take the wagon. Things get pretty rocky pretty quick. There's a chance you might be able to bring it up there, but you haven't really explored it, and night is definitely starting to set in, so it's something you could either do and take some time and head off into the dark and look into it, or you could wait until the morning and look at it then.
I was thinking more in terms of we don't want them to know that we're coming. The only advantage we'll have against 12 of them is a surprise. If we take a wagon, they're gonna have scouts see us.
I agree. I think we could also afford to head out. We'll take a nice little rest tonight, then head out early and try and surprise them while they're sleeping and do some
Murder.
Yeah.
Well-deserved murder. We can all poise the wagon off the road so no one can see it. And Doctor, I'm sure you've got means of locking it up.
Yeah, locks.
Got a few new tricks I wouldn't mind practicing out.
On the wagon?
Yes, you gotta
on
leave the
people.
wagon alone.
Oh, he wants to. Okay, I'm on board.
I mean, I do have some pretty cool tricks I could do on the wagon as well. I have been working a lot
Leslie,
on
we're
my
good.
whittling and wood carving and make some
Leslie?
things angle and
Leslie,
stuff.
buddy?
Yep, all right, no,
Leslie?
we got it.
We're
Yep.
doing good.
No
I
problem.
appreciate your enthusiasm, and I bow to your Buddha nature.
I'm gonna whisper to Leif, what's a blue nature?
Sounds kind of cool. I'm haven't really looked into it.
Blue nature. Love it.
So we're
Alright.
turning in, yeah, Jordy?
I
So,
think so.
so you're turning in for the evening. You don't want to do any exploring at night.
I mean, I think it's maybe
You know
best
what?
to get rest, and then
I could case the perimeter a little bit.
I could help with that.
I wouldn't mind having Rick just take a jaunt up the mountainside and see if he can't find nothing.
Boot up.
Sure.
Yeah.
Does Rick have dark vision?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. With him being invisible, he's able to fly a good 50 feet, 100 feet away from you. Gets, a little bit of a ways away. You end up losing connection with him.
Yeah.
A couple minutes pass. 5, 10, you're all setting up the fires, deploying your tents for the evening, sleeping bags, getting everything all prepped and locked up. And then eventually he comes back in and,
boss, there's a lot of tracks up here. You guys saw like 12 or so? I think that's closer to like 40. So,
Oh, fun.
I mean, it'd be interesting if you wanted to do it, but there's also about half a dozen destroyed wagons, a lot of dead bodies.
Cool.
Kind of up to
Cool.
you if you want to make that call.
That's super metal, Rick. Did you see any orcs up there?
Didn't see any orcs, at least as far as I could tell.
Okay, cool.
Jordy, do I know if do orcs more nocturnal at all, or is it just that they're not coming out because they're attacking people at night usually?
Make an intelligence check.
I'm not even going to try and pull any favorite enemy bullshit because they're 100% not.
Yeah, they're just ignored.
What if they're undead though?
Sorry?
Yeah,
What
are they
character
orcs?
progression?
zombie orcs.
Zombie orcs.
Zombie
Jordy,
orcs
you
do
wanna
exist.
play zombie orcs?
What'd you roll?
3.
3. I mean, the attacks were made. People see better at night. I mean, in the day.
They might be nocturnal. They might just be really good at hiding.
You're not sure. Rick didn't see anything when he was out just like passively scanning the area. He saw the dead bodies and he saw the destroyed wagons pretty far off the road. So it looks like they're at least smart enough to not leave behind any wreckage. It was just you specifically with that ridiculous roll that found like severe tracks, still impressions in the ground. You were able to look in the right places where they hadn't cleared off their tracks, and able to get an idea of roughly how many this party might have had. But that's not to say that that's the whole reasoning behind the warlord, is that it's multiple bands and tribes that are brought together, multiple chiefs. So this was probably a warlord with maybe one chief and like their band, whereas what Rick saw was the tracks of the entire orc culmination of the bands.
Right, so it's a racing party rather than the entirety of their numbers. I think we should probably just Secomber until we can maybe get some backup to help us with this.
Yeah, it sounds like, if we work our way up in the Lord's Alliance, if we make some friends there, it might be a little bit easier to contract people.
But then why would they have put the contract out?
We can get some hirelings maybe, but it might
That's
be easier.
more what I'm thinking.
Yeah, or
And
just
we can
people, allies to come with us.
Yeah, I mean, even if we bring the information about the numbers that we discovered to Lady Silverhand, then perhaps, is that right, Silverhand?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Then maybe she'll be able to arrange for us to bring some soldiers along.
Just as the reminder as well, you do also have access to the library underneath the Font of Knowledge. So that would be something you could theoretically lean on to give yourselves maybe more information, because not a lot of you have spent any real time here. You don't have any background on what this might be, but a warlord, the presence of that is substantial. It's not something where warlords just pop up here and there, right? Uniting of bands is very, very rare within orc society. So there might be some information you could look into on that when you get back to Waterdeep as well.
There might be a larger plot afoot.
I hope so.
What kind of foot?
Bigfoot.
Orc foot.
Oh, we better find a Sasquatch.
Jesse, your
someone
cryptid
right there.
cryptid is
That
leaking.
is the
Oh
new
my
leader
goodness.
of the Orc War band is
Right
a
there.
Sasquatch.
Okay, so are we calling it tonight, or are we thinking of following? Do we think we can take on 40 orcs, or?
I mean, probably, but let's turn in. Let's get a good night's sleep.
I think that needs a little bit more planning.
Strategize for this one. But I think we should set watches tonight, just because they
Yes.
attacked 2 days ago.
It's a good idea.
Have double
Watches.
watches, just because they
Boy,
are
There's
actively,
6 of us. We can do 2 at a time.
yeah, I think that's probably a good idea, just because they are so active on this road.
That works.
Yeah.
I don't have the bow of surprise or the bow of warning anymore, so we can be surprised now. Keep in mind.
Oh.
So my new one has some fun tricks as well, but that's something we will miss. So
Noted. Well, I'm still a little jazzed from hearing about 40 orcs, so I'll stay up for a bit if anyone else wants to.
I don't mind taking the first watch with Leif.
Sounds good.
I'll take whatever watch others don't want to do. It's easy for me to be up at night, and I only need the 4 hours to meditate at a time, and then I can sort of just chill.
Do you want to take last or middle watch, Elise?
Easy enough, whatever works. I'm happy to take last if everyone else would like to get some more, should I? Or middle.
I think that because you only need 4 hours, we need 8 uninterrupted.
No, you need six hours of sleep, and then 2 hours can be used for a watch or something.
Yeah, I still need 8 hours of rest, but I just need 4 hours at a time uninterrupted. So I don't mind taking the middle as well, and if somebody else wants to.
Sure, I'll take the last with less if you're.
Whatever works. I'm good.
Okay.
I hope you're okay taking the middle watch. I'll save some coffee or something for you.
They nod.
That laryngitis
stoically nod.
Sequence where they agree.
This
I'd
is
like
the
to
last
check out
time we
because
sing.
we haven't seen them for a long time, and we haven't had a chance yet. So I'm happy to take a watch with them.
We used to sing that's what we get for singing campfire songs last night. We completely blew it.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll get Doctor and Leif. You can go ahead and make perception checks for me, please.
All right. Is a perception. That is 18.
18.
21.
21. Two of you let everybody else turn in for the night. Snores begin to be heard. Moon starts to rise. Nothing really seems to transpire. No sound coming from the mountains. Nothing out of the ordinary that you might expect to hear?
Jordy, while I'm up, I want to have Rick kind of post up where he saw them orcs, the orc tracks, just to keep an eye to let me know and to zip back in case he gets any movement up there.
Yeah, there's a couple of sparse trees that are mostly just devoid of any greenery at this point. He'd be able to post up in one of those.
Yeah. I was going to say as well, if there's like is there anywhere that we could sort of like pull into some trees or anything that just takes us right off the road a little bit?
You can head off the road for sure, but there isn't really like clusters of trees or anything. It's more so just single trees or like low shrublands and things like that.
Just wanted to know if we could try to like camouflage ourselves at all, but if we can't, that's fine.
Yeah, not really. This isn't really much of a camouflage road. It's a pretty well traveled one, so it's more so just that you take watches.
Fair enough.
I guess during the watch, Leif will turn to the...
Yo, I can do hide in plain sight now. So maybe that's something I could do for the wagon a little bit.
What is hide in plain sight again?
You can spend 1 minute creating camouflage. Well, it's for yourself. But once I'm camouflaged in this way, using like roots, dirt, ash, whatever, I can get plus 10 bonus to stealth, and people can't see me until I move. But maybe I can sort of... Can I utilize my camo abilities, like toss some leaves over the black lacquered wagon? And
can a leaf hug onto the wagon?
It is black. I mean, it kind of would blend in.
Can I reverse pimp my ride it?
So
please don't.
It's an interesting thing. Because you didn't take the flame-encrusted werewolf skull daddy wagon, it's pretty well camouflaged in the night anyway, right? It's a black lacquer, so there is a little bit of a shine from it, so... You know, that's about the only thing, but that's pretty easy to cover. You wouldn't even really need to make a check for that.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I would have done that. I feel like I don't want to leave it to fate that we're like, well, it's a lot of orc tracks. Oh, well, some of us should go to sleep.
No, it's all good. With you guys taking the watches, it's pretty okay. So your guys' watch passes without any real incident.
Yeah. During that, Leif will turn to the doctor and say, so, I mean, we've chatted a bit over the past year, but things been good?
Things have been pretty good. Things have been pretty good. We've got all of my interests in Selgaunt are back on track, and I'm back in Waterdeep, just catching up and doing my rounds. How about you two? How are things?
I mean, it's been good. I'm definitely getting used to, traveling with someone more. I mean, we traveled for a bit, but yeah, it's been interesting kind of looking out for someone else other than yourself for a while. So it's been all right.
And your little dust ups you guys have been getting into, those have been fun, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and keep that on the down low with the other folks. I mean, it's something we just sort of fell into. It sort of...
I understand. Lips are sealed. I
appreciate it. But I gotta ask, I mean, this whole, spooky dreams with flames and fire and stuff that burns my hand when I wake up, is this anything, have you had anything like that, or is this something I'm a little worried, I'm not going to lie, and I'm trying not to let Hope know that, or really anyone.
Yes. Well, I can't say as I have. My interactions with my patron have been pleasant overall. Nothing quite so scarring, shall we say. But this appears to have been, something that was not invited by you. So it only stands to reason it strikes as a bit more invasive.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most welcome thing I've experienced in a while, but I appreciate that everyone's pulling up for this.
Well, when Leif asks for help, we all have to show.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Of course.
Anyways,
did you have any other insights about your dream that you wanted to share? I might be able to shed some light coming from a educated background on this sort of thing.
Yeah, I really saw a plane of fire. what I initially saw was, this beautiful forest, and ended up getting burned to a cinder, which, by my experience, tends to not be a good thing.
Yes, usually.
But I can't help but be worried that being someone that's, I'm essentially tied to the deities or to my deity in the plains. Any sort of unrest is I don't want to lose anything that I can help the rest of the party with. If I'm unable to bring someone back, it's not gonna be ideal.
Of course. But, this strikes me as a little more severe than what we're currently used to.
Yeah, normally we're the ones that are shaking shit up, so it's kind of interesting that someone else is making a move. That's probably a good idea to get on this sooner rather than later. But...
Yes. I suppose my point in saying that is this could be a situation whereby we need to be more ruthless than we have in the past, should it desire.
I don't know. I don't know if I've got that in me, at least not yet, but
Of course. I would never say that, especially to you, that we need to, do anything entirely out of sorts. We all have our codes we must stick by. But at the same time, if times get desperate, they may call for measures that equal that.
I understand. Just, if I do anything, I want you to know it was with the best intentions.
Of course. You've never had anything but.
And yeah, I think it's probably...
All right. So yeah.
Do I hear at any time the doctor mention be more ruthless than we've been?
No, this would transpire well after we were asleep. The only person who might catch any of this conversation would be Elethe. Elethe, what's your passive again? Passive
23.
perception? 23?
Yeah, she's fine.
There would be a pretty good chance that you would hear that.
At least like my eating is like,
Yeah.
With the hair toss?
yeah.
With the hair toss.
Murder.
Murder.
Yes.
Muck duck.
I'm not saying we have to do a murder all the time, but just, we might need to do more of it. It could be fun. Who knows?
I murdered very much, actually, all things considered. Like, the town of Barovia really got off pretty easy. Or, Valaki. Got off pretty easy. We could have murdered a lot more people.
We should go back.
Shut your dirty mouth. Oh.
I'm trying to think. You guys never actually killed anyone.
We killed Fiona.
No, you didn't. She killed herself.
Oh, that's right.
We did kill
She
Strahd.
fireballed herself. You never
Yeah.
killed anyone in the town of
very
Valaki.
tame in that story.
Aluura,
Oh, we
Aluura killed Strahd.
Yeah.
Just gonna say that again.
We did one of those Death Star things where like multiple people died when Strahd's castle went down that we just didn't want to acknowledge.
Pretty much.
Yeah. All the contractors.
Technically, most of them were dead already.
That's true, actually.
It should have had a better union. Anyway.
I guess what I'm saying is we could do with a lot more of the stab. In Les's case.
All right. So with the two of
Yes,
you
that's
turning in for the evening, next watch comes up, and that was Aluura. That was you.
No, it was me.
I think it was Leif and Hope.
Elethe and
Yeah.
Hope. Okay. I'll just get you. Your passive is high enough. You don't notice anything transpiring over the course of the evening.
I'm gonna pull up and like, so Hope, how's it going with Leif?
Just
I see by your blush that it's going pretty well. Yeah, all right, good stuff. Yeah, how about that water deep? Okay.
All right. So you turn in for the evening, waking everybody up. We'll say for the sake of brevity, nothing seems to transpire. You would imagine, based on the lack of interaction, lack of any real sound, whatever the orcs came for, their last haul was pretty good. And you guys traveling at a normal pace didn't draw too much attention to yourselves. A single wagon, couple of horses, not exactly the big score that they're looking to hit. So gives you an idea of what might have transpired in the previous couple of attacks. Maybe the people were a little more rowdy, a little more raucous, maybe a few more traveling at a time. Whatever it was, you seem to have passed by.
But it's a pretty wagon.
It is.
So
But they have to get you close enough to see it.
they hit everyone. They hit all the spring breakers.
Yeah, they hit all the spring breakers. There you go.
Noted.
Alrighty. So, with you guys setting out the following morning, you've got a couple of days left until you hit Secomber. Better part of 3 days. Nothing again transpiring. No creatures off the side of the road. No ominous sounds or sights in the middle of the night. The nights transpire nice and quickly.
I guess we slept through a watch. That's okay.
Alright, yeah.
Did we not get a watch?
Oh, you did. Sorry, if you guys wanted to take it. I was just saying for the sake of brevity, nothing happens. But if you wanted to.
No, but we wanted some roleplay.
Oh, yeah, go for it. Yeah.
We can also hit that like another night if we want to like move it along, but you guys want to take watch again another night. It's totally up to you.
Sure. I mean.
No, we'll just you did take your watch. Sorry, yeah, you did take your watch. So you guys would have a chance. So was it you and Les who were taking a watch? I thought you were taking one by yourself.
No, it was Les and I.
Okay.
So we were each taking 2.
Well, it's 2 people per watch,
like
but it's
people.
4 watches overnight.
Well, it takes 2 to make a thing go right.
3 watches.
No, it's 4 watches, because otherwise for the last watch, everybody's asleep.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
We'll just say we slept in.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
So we each took one of them.
Yeah, so sorry, that was what my understanding was, just because it's the Doc and Leif took the first, Elethe and the Mute Hope took the second, and then one of each of you took the third and fourth.
We really blew that opportunity.
But there would be another chance for you guys to take a watch together. So we'll say, so you'll be able to have another watch.
It's fine.
Well, no, you have one. Go for it.
No, it's fine. It's past.
Yeah, we'll just go past it, guys.
Okay.
Moving forward. It's all good.
All right. So over the next couple of days, everything transpires. The miles pass. Wagon moving ahead. Road staying about as rough as it did before. Seems to be getting a little bit better. Kind of the closer you get to Secomber. It was kind of one of those weird things where it's like kind of nice when you're close to Daggerford, and then it gets worse, and then it gets a little bit better as you get closer to Secomber. You'd imagine probably that the citizens are coming out, taking care of the road a little bit more, making sure that the journey of people setting off and coming in is a little easier than on the rest of the road further out. So as the journey progresses east, the relatively flat landscape starts to roll from rolling lush green hills, forming those that rise slowly and falling across the horizon. And far ahead to the north, you see the densely packed trees of the high forest climbing thousands of feet up, while the south features the often-traveled Delimbier River. On the opposite bank of the river, the land sinks into uncultivated shrublands and open water pockets that form the untamed high moor. Following a path around one of the hills, you eventually see the city of Secomber coming into view, and it looks about as plain as you had thought it would be. 3 relatively large hills dot the landscape, forming a kind of triangle that roughly establish the city proper. The closest to you is the highest, with a small stone and iron fort built upon its peak. Pairs and trios of Lord's Alliance troops stand atop the spires and the walls, while others make their way down the hill towards the center of the city. There, clusters of 1- and 2-story buildings form a small village, sitting barely a few feet above the level of the river. 2 small harbors and a couple of personal vessels and trade ships docked, crews offloading trade goods, picking up supplies for their journeys east and west along the river. Beyond the nearest harbor, a small island features a solitary gray stone building, rising about 40 feet up, maybe 50 or so. It's tough to tell at this distance, but no visible balconies or windows. It's kind of an odd little just vertical stone building.
Probably not important, guys.
Yeah. Beyond the village, to the north, a little more on your left side, you see another large hill with what appears to be small houses and doors built into the hill. Smaller people are walking, making their way to and from these homes, carrying baskets and bags of various food and household items. Whereas further east, a little more to your right along the same road, you see larger, more typical freestanding homes. They've been constructed atop a third hill, near a larger of the 2 harbors, and you see a few humans tending to crops and animals on the farms adjacent to those.
as we're getting closer to like the entrance of Secomber, I'm going to be singing a little sea-shanty song to myself as we're just walking in.
Alrighty.
Are you okay if I sing it?
If you'd like to. Hit it
Sorry.
up.
Blow, blow, fire down the coast, sink ships, then we drink and both sailing the open coast out to the sea. Blow, blow, fire down the coast, sink ships, then we drink and both sailing the open coast out to the sea. And I just keep saying that over and over again.
Man, Les, that's a hit. Does that have a name? Or you make that up?
Fire down the coast. I learned it out on working on the ships. Just a nice little jingle. Makes me feel like
you're going to Hollywood.
What?
Yo, that one's gonna be stuck in my head all day. That was a hit.
What's the Hollywood equivalent of Faerun?
I think we just left it.
Hollywood.
Yeah,
like Waterdeep's like LA, right?
Yeah, it'd probably be between Waterdeep and Baldur's Gate. Waterdeep more for like the high class social city. Baldur's Gate more the like. I feel like the difference is like American Idol, X Factor, where it's like America's Got Talent is just whatever you got, you do your thing. That's Baldur's Gate. Whereas like, you know, it's more established rules and like everybody is high class. Yeah.
Ryan Seacrest's hang out.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh no.
Yeah, the host is Ryan Seacrest versus Nick Cannon. It's just kind of like, eh.
All right.
I love your analogy, Jordy.
Yeah, there you go. Keeping it pop culture relative.
Jordy, are there guards?
There's a couple of Lord's Alliance troops that are kind of just making their way to and from the fort. There's a couple of people who are up atop the spires, a couple of people manning a main gate, but the gate to the fort is open, the village itself is open. It's not like everything has been shut down and there's people who are like preventing anybody from traveling through. You kind of have just free walk.
Oh, sure. I was just hoping to find a guard and ask them some stuff.
Yeah, you'd be able to make your way up to the fort and be able to ask them some stuff as a couple of them are coming in and out of the main gate.
Cool. I want to flag one down and just say, Hail, we're coming in from Waterdeep. Is there a tavern where we could perhaps replenish our food supplies?
The tavern you're looking for? Yeah, you can head a little further down into the city. For there, a couple of different places. You could stay at the Singing Sprite. That's a nice little inn, little on the quiet side. Second one that is a little on the good side is the Seven Stringed Harp. It's a tavern and an inn, a little more on the rowdy side for you lot, I'd imagine, probably a little bit more favorable. But if you're looking for a good night's sleep, the Singing Sprite's your bet.
This guy's a Lord's Alliance dude, yeah?
Yeah, all the guards that you're seeing are in full Lord's Alliance regalia.
Dope. Anyone else got anything?
I guess I was just gonna ask about the kind of makeup of the town, like the racial makeup. Is it mostly dudes?
It's mostly humans and halflings. A couple of people obviously here from the Lord's Alliance right now. You're looking at about 100 soldiers of different backgrounds. Myself obviously being a dwarf.
Of course. I'd like to just casually hold out the mark that we were given and just say, who's in charge of the troops here?
Oh, you've got the signet. You must be the ones that Shazair is looking for. Head up to the second floor, up into the fort. Ask for Shazair Nalkor. Tough to miss. Giant red dragonborn.
Ah, good. Easy to spot. Thank you so much. What was your name?
My name is Balram.
Thank you, Balram.
Thank you.
One more thing, Balram.
I love your dancing.
Are there any drinking champions in this part of town by any chance?
Secomber is not much of a drinking city, I'll be honest.
Thank you.
You could probably challenge somebody to a one-on-one, but not really much in the way of an establishment.
So there's room to create one. Thank you very much.
Sure. Take that for what it is.
Les, this place is wide open. It's time to, establish as many drinking championships as you can.
You know what? Leif's right, Les. It's your time. Now. Here.
I'm gonna be on my way now. And he just starts to make his way down, away from the keep and towards the village. So you know that Cheide is on the second floor inside the castle. Pretty easy to direct you to. I'm assuming that's where you just head?
Yeah, I think so.
Probably best to check in with him.
Yeah.
So it's a she. Cheide is a she.
Oh.
Yeah.
There is a female dragonborn.
Yeah.
Very excited. Cool. Look, I'll be straight up. I'm not great at talking to these military types. I don't know, Les, Aluura, more your kind of speed, or...
I'm pretty good at talking to people of authority. I could put on the old charm. I ruffle up my captain's jacket. I've been practicing talking to a lot of higher-up falutin people during my time on the ship, having trading, meeting lots of people. I've really worked on my negotiating tactical skills. I think you'll be quite impressed.
Aluura, do you maybe want to handle this?
I can try to take the lead on this.
Does anyone talk to
Ouch, Doc! Ouch! That hurts. That hurts. Right?
I'm
right
just
there.
saying.
Didn't even wait to be on. That's fine. It's fine.
Plus, if you want to be a support in that.
Yeah, sure. Support. Sounds great.
Les, I'm just saying your military types tend to be hard-drinking, powerful sailor types, and certainly that wouldn't work for the weak people of the land, right?
Well, we'll find out, won't we?
I suppose so.
Does anyone speak Draconic? Not that I'm sure this person speaks Common. We might get brownie points.
Sorry?
I speak Draconic.
Oh, you? Perfect.
So maybe Strategoized greeting in Draconic. If you know any, formal greetings might go over well.
Well, I don't know if you recall, but a certain mystical dragon decided to just visit me out of the blue and give me dragon-like qualities for no reason, so I kind of know how to speak Dragonborn too. Yeah.
Well, you can speak Draconic?
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know how. It sounds like common to me, but it comes out Dragonborn apparently.
Is that how that works?
Wait, is this like a thing?
He's essentially Harry Potter accidentally speaking Parseltongue.
All right, cool.
Okay. I was hoping this was bullshit, but here we are.
Yeah, I was like, when's the bit ending?
I know, I was going to do an insight check, but then Jordy confirmed it.
No, it's just true. Like, you kind of noticed him in his sleep, like he's making this really, guttural, sound, and then Aluura, you're just like, he's speaking Draconic. What? So it's something you would have noticed over the last couple of days.
Joey how to speak French.
Yeah, exactly. It's not that, because you don't even know what you're doing. You're not actively trying to do it. It's just happening, and you're like, oh, cool. I guess I was speaking this language that I've heard you speak, and every time Aluura and Hope speak it, I understand what they say perfectly. They're speaking Common. What you guys are weird. You don't understand them speaking Common.
Oh, see, I wasn't sure if this was gonna end with Les only being able to say omelette du fromage and Dragonborn.
What a dream!
Voulez-vous coucher?
Anyways,
so before we go in, let's just kind of get all of our ducks in a row. So we're looking for Shalazier.
Shazair.
Nalcor.
Yeah. It's a weird SHAZAIIR.
Ah,
a lot of extra.
A lot of vowels.
Yeah.
Shazair.
Interesting.
Year. Okay. Spelled that 3 times.
Yeah.
Once incorrectly, second correctly, and third time how it sounds.
There you go.
Ah.
Phonetically.
Yeah. Okay, so we're looking for Shazair. We were sent by Lady
Laryl
Silverhand. And then we are supposed to ask about Melior. Is that
the attack on Secomber? They had an attack of horrible creatures and
So the major things here is you were told to present the signets to Shazair. Amelior Amanitas is the self-proclaimed sage of Secomber, who is not helping the Lord's Alliance in any way. He was, you don't know why, but they asked you if there was a chance that you could try to talk to him. Maybe you might have better luck than the Alliance would. So he's not someone associated with the Alliance in any way.
Okay, cool.
Cool.
He's like a recluse, so we might need directions where we can point his tower.
Did they say he was in a tower, right?
That giant tower with no windows.
Could
that we
be.
passed on the way in.
I don't know. I don't think that's going to be important.
It's on its own little tiny island, so it would make sense.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Hey, we could walk there.
Okay. All right, let's head in.
All right, so you make your way across the courtyard. It's a pretty open fort. You see a lot of supplies coming in, a lot of rations being distributed. The Alliance troops are very similar to the ones that you saw in Waterdeep. You do notice that there are a couple here and there, one or two people that look like their armor is a little bit more used than others. And the people themselves seem to be a little bit more hardened. Like, kind of more, maybe you would imagine those are maybe what's left of the local Alliance troops, whereas the ones who are in the more polished armor, fresh-feeted, those are the ones who came in as the supplement based on the requirements of if there was a second attack.
Cool.
Okay.
All right, so you make your way up to the second floor, easy enough to find, ask a couple of directions, and you're led into a fairly large open room, massive oak table, a couple of drinks around the table, and you see that there is a fairly large red dragonborn in full plate armor, massive greatsword at the side, no shield, just sitting at one of the tables.
Cool.
Hello? Sorry, go ahead, Leif.
I was going to say, Jordy, quick question. What color dragonborn?
Red dragonborn.
Noted.
Thick.
Alrighty.
Excuse me, Shazair.
You see her look over and... Yes, can I help you?
I'll pull out my signet. We're a group of travelers sent from Waterdeep by Lady Silversmith, and I'll kind of like... show her the...
my friend here. Her friend, the name was Lady Silverhand.
Silversmith, did I say this? Shit. So, Lady
And I say that in the most standing up, like, very royalish looking pose.
I'm going to
face the word you're looking for is regal.
Yes.
That's right.
And you see her just kind of like sigh a little bit and drop a bit of a crusty piece of bread onto the table and then stand up well over 6.5 feet tall, closing in on Leif's height.
Yo.
So you are the brunch bunch, huh? Good of you to finally get here. We were expecting some haste given the situation, but I suppose late help is better than none at all.
We came here as fast as we could.
We did. We didn't want to move too quickly. There's orcs on the road from here, from Waterdeep to here.
You managed to impress Raiden. I would imagine you should be able to dispatch some orcs without much trouble.
What I've been saying.
Yeah, we could have. It would have made us later.
Fair. All right. You need food, drink? What do you need?
Information.
Very well. Come with me. And she walks out of the room, just kind of turning and the heavy tail slapping against the ground as she walks away. Eventually you're led into another smaller room. Looks to be a makeshift office of some kind. Series of pieces of parchment, tomes around. She begins taking different pieces of parchment out. Some look like they're handwritten by a couple of different people. And eventually kind of settles down. Chairs are brought in for all of you. You're able to stand in the room easily enough. The citizens and guards all agree that the attackers came from the north or northeast. They hit the outskirts of the city just as the sun fell below the horizon in the evening. We're unsure of the exact numbers because they spread out after the initial attack, but the guards who survived say that they slew at least 3 of the creatures. But when they were slain, their bodies didn't exactly function as ours would. They fell to the ground before catching on fire and burning to ash, as if the earth seemed to open up underneath them and swallow anything that remained. As for the attacks they made, from the marks we saw on the dead, some seemed to be armed with spears or spear-like weapons. Others simply used claws or chains to strike. But with the descriptions given being imprecise at best, we are having a difficult time actually identifying the nature of these creatures, let alone their motive in attacking a city such as this. We did find a few tracks. They lead further north, into the rock outcroppings and trees south of the high forest, But with the limited alliance presence on hand, we can't exactly afford to have anyone follow that trail and disappear or turn up dead. That's where you come in.
Absolutely. How many do you think attacked the city? What are your estimations on numbers?
Based on those who survived, at least 3.
There was only 3 of these that attacked this city.
And they slew almost 30 of my men and close to 40 villagers.
Were you able to...
Sounds like it was...
How many did you slay?
All of them, as far as we're aware.
So you killed all 3?
With some assistance from that ridiculous mage.
I assume that is Amelior?
It is. And then refused to give us any information he might have had after the fight.
What seemed to be successful when he was fighting these creatures?
The creatures seemed to walk through fire as if it were water. Nothing happening to them of any kind. A lot of our attacks, fire-based, did nothing. With him specifically, seemed to be something with ice that he was able to do that they seemed to shy away from.
Okay. So, how many attacked originally? It was just 3 that attacked?
As far as we're aware, at least 3.
And
he may have slain another by himself, but we were not able to see any others.
So
we were... Oh, I'm so sorry, Aluura. Go ahead.
You killed 3. There was maybe 4?
There was at least 3. My men saw 3. If Amelior dealt with another 1 or 2 by himself, you would have to get that information from him.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
We've only received a vague idea of what these creatures looked like. Something devilish with wings and tails and such. Would you fought them firsthand, yes?
I did not. I am here as part of the reinforcements.
I see. Are there any troops in town who did fight them firsthand?
The only one that fought anything that he saw the attacks made by the others. The only one that he fought was something that he described as being wrapped in living chains.
I see.
Humanoid, 2 arms, 2 legs, and a bandaged head with these chains that wrapped and coiled around its body, controlling them like serpents.
Oh, that sounds gross.
Real ball and chain.
Very metal.
Find this direction of this soldier.
Outside, recovering. Ask for, forgive me. The names of so many locals are difficult to remember. He's a half-elf. His name is Ravik.
I have a couple questions, if none of you mind. Good afternoon. My name's Leif. When we were on our way here and we saw some tracks, I did a cursory search to see where the orc tracks were coming from, and it was also from the north into the hills. Do you have any reason to believe that these creatures might have been working with or summoned by?
I'm sorry. Clearly you have not dealt with many of the orcs in this area. They don't exactly work well with others.
We managed to send an invisible scout, and we saw at least 40 tracks all together. From judging from the tracks that I saw from where they had attacked travelers, we had reason to believe that there was an orc warlord, an orc warlord who had united a few different bands. So I'd say they do seem like they're working well with others at the moment.
Working well with other orcs, not with other creatures. Orcs are fiercely territorial. A warlord every once in a while combines bands together. They're still distrusting of any other creatures that exist. It is not something that we would imagine, and that is several days' journey from here. Them attacking from the northeast is the wrong direction. The northwest, perhaps. But the northeast, whatever this is, it's something that most likely, at least in my opinion, came from the High Forest.
White Forest. All right. And have you seen anything since this attack that would indicate this?
Everything has gone silent. The villagers taking some time. It's been difficult getting them to readjust to working back on the farms during the day. My troops ensured to be stationed on the northern sides of town and on the harbors. But outside of this, there's nothing here. That's why Lady Silverhand sent us, is there's no reason that she can see, or that I imagine you or the people here can see, that these creatures attacked at all. Honestly, no. That's the reason why an investigation team is required. Someone who's willing to go a little bit further north, beyond these lands, who's not simply one of my men, who would go up there and potentially get a little skittish at something that looks as demonic as this.
Have any of your men been north?
None of them have. They have all stayed within the city. Our priority is guarding the borders of a Lord's Alliance city. You?
Has there been any demonic activity in this town at any point?
I have no idea. That would be something the historians would be able to answer. You could have looked that up before you left.
Or perhaps Amelior might have some answers to that regard.
As far as I know, he has been living in this town for quite a while. The Sage of Secomber, a cook and a hermit, more like. Comes into town every now and then, but...
Where did we find him? Oh, sorry, Amanda.
Sorry. See in that large tower with no windows?
Flies across from that every once in a while. Picks up supplies before taking the trip back. Nice enough to the townsfolk, but couldn't give me or my troops a second thought. Save for when he tried throwing me off his little rock when I asked about information on the attack. Hopefully you'll have some better luck with him than we did.
He threw you off a rock? You?
He tried throwing me off his rock.
And what did you do in response?
I left his rock.
That was very
merciful.
Kind of you.
The Alliance is not someone who is going to abuse information out of somebody.
Yes. And I kind of look over at the doctor. That's a good idea.
I agree. Thank you for your time, Shazair.
Oh, Shazair, I got a quick question before we go. And excuse me, you just kind of remind me of a friend I used to know. Has anyone in town been... have there been any weird dreams or anyone having problems sleeping here?
You would have to talk to them. I do not know. No one has come to me with anything out of the ordinary in that respect. As far as we're aware, life is continuing as it did before the attack, just with less people inside the city.
Was one more question, Shazair. Were there any lasting injuries on those who fought these creatures?
Lasting as in uncurable?
Just things that remain after.
A few of them will have scars, I imagine, from the attacks, but nothing that stands out as out of the ordinary. You get stabbed by a spear, you have a scar in your chest for quite a long time.
Okay, thank you.
I realize you're new to this city, but just because we're even newer, do you have any idea if there's any apothecaries, herbalists, anything like that people might consult if they were having problems sleeping, that we could ask around at?
The village itself is not exactly the pinnacle of commerce or luxury of those kinds. You're looking at a 1 tavern, 2 inn kind of city.
Very well, we'll ask around there.
Makes it easy, I like that.
Anything else I can do for you?
Shazair, should we find any evidence, any information, should we come to you with it first?
You're welcome to if you think that it is relevant, but the people who need this information more than myself are the lieutenants and the Open Lord of Waterdeep. They are the ones who can determine if our presence here is continued to be necessary, or if it needs to be more, or if we can return home.
Of course. Thank you very much for your time.
Happy to be of service.
Should there be any other attack, how many troops do you have stationed here right now?
121.
Very well.
fair
Shall
bit
we-
better than the 30 that were first here.
Thank you.
Um,
for your time.
I'd like to go speak with Ryvik.
Ravik.
That's a good idea, Aluura. Get some intel on that guy, and then maybe visit this Amanitas fellow.
Yeah, I think that's a good.
The tavern, perhaps, as well. Although that might be better if we can get it at night. There'll be more people around.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Actually, yeah, Jordy, sorry. I'm sure we've been over this. What time is it right now?
You guys actually we haven't been over it. It's about a 9-day journey. You'd pull in, give or take, like 2 in the afternoon,
Okay,
1 in
cool.
the afternoon. You've got like the rest of the day pretty much available to you.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not pulling up at like 10 p.m. or something.
Yeah, no, you pull in like pretty much midday.
Cool.
Okay,
Uh,
All right.
so she would eat lunch.
Yeah, so she would essentially find another guard to escort you down to where Ravik is healing up.
Before we depart this room,
Yeah.
I kind of want to wait for everyone to kind of like start exiting the room, kind of go over the Dragonborn and just like suddenly ask, the name Ostilian, does it ring any bells to you, does it?
Ostilian?
Yes.
No, is this someone from your people?
Possibly some type of mystical dragon, ice-based.
Clearly, you don't know very much about the arrangements and the tensions between dragons and Dragonborn.
I don't.
I would not be the one to ask on that. May I suggest someone who can tell you in the ways of history or to find a book somewhere?
Not all dragons know each other less. It's
And
racist.
dragon.
Hey, I'm just out here. Hey, whoa. I was just asking, all right?
Hey,
Just-
yeah, what are you doing?
Busted.
Hey.
Les just got let me Google that for you by a dragon.
You're gonna want to look that up in a book.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever heard of them? They're paper bound usually.
Like that library in the biggest city in the world that you came
Yeah.
The one
no,
that
no,
you
no,
had
no,
access to
I'm
and then
leaving.
had access.
All right.
I'm leaving. Get
Everybody out. So you're led down. One of the guards just kind of walking you down. You're led into a recovery room, and you see a heavily bandaged individual. Looks to be half elf. Very difficult to tell. Looks like one of his ears has been cropped a little bit based on the attacks. Currently unconscious. Looks to be recovering, but even at 2 in the afternoon is not awake.
Are there
Jordy-
physicians tending to him?
At the moment, no. The bandages seem to be holding. There isn't like a huge amount of blood coming through the bandages or anything like that. But there are at least definitely people who have been tending to him in the past.
Can
Okay.
I'm gonna have I'll take my like rapier out and do a little bit of flourishes with my rapier, and I will cast Healing Word
Okay.
on this guy. And I'm gonna, like, as I'm doing it, look over at Leif at, like, like, really excited to try.
What the? That's so cool.
So it's an interesting experience for you, Leif, because you're very much used to tracing symbols, usually with your holy symbol, occasionally with your hands, drawing images on your arms, but Aluura pulling out a rapier, a very specific pointed piercing weapon, and essentially carving the runes in thin air with the blade. And then it just kind of appears in midair for a second, and then kind of falls exactly the way that your healing word typically would to the wounds and beginning to tend to them. The bandages are covering the wounds. You're not exactly sure what all is being restored, but you can go ahead and roll your recovery for that.
So this is my first time doing a spell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
So
Class, multi-class.
4 plus your spellcasting ability modifier, which I believe is charisma.
correct. So it's
So
1d4
it
plus your
plus-
charisma modifier. Just straight charisma mod.
Okay,
Hmm.
so that'll be +4 to my friend Ravik.
All right. So you heal, carving the rune in midair, essentially as if you're cutting through the air itself, and it's forming all of the lines associated with the rune. And then
my headcanon on this is it's like, if anyone's played the Wind Waker, it's like that kind of thing happening. Is that hidden with
close.
anyone? All right, I'll take that.
Yeah. And so that happens, and all of you are a little bit awestruck. This is not something that any of you have seen Aluura do before. Least of all, any spell casting done with a rapier. Like, what the fuck is this, and how awesome is that? Yeah.
Brilliant! Brilliant.
So,
And then...
he still remains unconscious. He does seem to be sleeping, but you see that the breathing starts to get at least a little bit easier while he's unconscious.
Should I wake him up, you guys?
Do you mind if I do a quick medicine check on him? Just make sure we're not gonna, disturb
I was
anything?
gonna offer.
Yeah. Perhaps Leif could pump a little more healing into him as well if he needs to be healed a bit more before we wake him.
I'll see. He might just be, taking a nap.
Are there charts somewhere we could take a look at?
Not really. It's more so just visible wounds. So yeah, Leif, go and make a medicine check.
Yeah. Cool. That is gonna be 18.
18?
Yeah.
Seems to be battle wounds. Definitely not life-threatening. Like, he's not on the verge of death by any stretch of the imagination. Time and just sustained healing, eating well, drinking properly. He's going to get through it and have probably a decent amount of scarring. He lost a good chunk out of his ear, so definitely was hurt in the battle, but at least is going to definitely survive.
I think something that I should have asked this when I was doing the check. I just wanted to make sure that him being asleep right now, that's him sleeping and not him being in like a coma or something.
No, yeah, he's not in a coma. He's just definitely sleeping. It's midday. He's recovering. It's no different from any of us if we have a broken leg or something. We're on painkillers. You get zonked pretty quick.
Sounds good.
Maybe we come back later when he's morning.
Might want to check in on this guy tomorrow.
We don't want to rouse him from his sleep.
Okay.
Shall we go check in on that this sage fellow? Said he gets along with spellcasters quite well. Aluura.
That could be fun.
Seems like we've got a real... I think that means everyone in our crew can cast spells now. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. I was the only one who couldn't.
You are no longer.
No longer.
So
yeah, I was feeling kind of left out, you guys, so, I did some research and learning over the break.
That's so cool.
Welcome to the club. At least you know where your magical powers come from. Must be nice.
Les, I think this is more we should be excited for Aluura, but I appreciate the sentiment.
I'm sorry, Les, did you want some cheese with that wine?
Fine.
We have some in the wagon if you want.
Hey, Les, I think I saw another dragonborn on the way in here. Oh, sorry, actually, I didn't hear that.
No, it's fine.
Les, should we see if the local physicians have a wambulance for you?
All right, so we finished the roast of Les.
Yes, you do.
Yeah,
I wonder why it smelled like fucking... I'm thinking of a fried fish chain, and it's not happening. Long John Silver's in here. There it is.
All right, so with that, you managed to make your way south. There is the smaller harbor, which is fairly close to the tower. It is on its own little island, so you guys would have to figure out a way to get there. You've still got the wagon in tow with you, but there's a couple of stables and places that you can park it by the harbor easily enough.
Yeah.
How far in's that island there, Jordy?
You would imagine on a boat, it would probably take you 15, 20 minutes to sail over there.
Now, what if we were to, say, walk?
On water?
Walking, probably about the same amount of time, maybe 20 minutes, if that.
If y'all want to go park the wagon, I can get cooking a little something so we can walk over there.
You get cooking and I'll find a parking spot.
Sounds good.
Sorry, Les, it looked like you were saying something.
No, I was just going to the tower is... Did someone mention the tower's on an island?
Yeah, it's on its own little solitary island.
I believe I could part the seas for us.
You can
walk
what?
Over there.
Seas?
Wait, like fully part? That's crazy.
So I have shape water. can move or otherwise change the flow of water as you direct up to 5 feet in any direction.
Right. We went over this when we were in the bottom of Strahd's castle. You can only do it 5 feet around you, so we can't go with you as you part water.
So you can just kind of be this little...
Like move
I thought
it
that
from
was just for freezing.
It's like if Moses could part the water for himself and no one else.
I
This
could
just
walk
takes
over
up.
there, but
Well,
then that's it.
You could also just swim over there because
Yeah, I was gonna say,
That
Les,
is fun.
that's something you'd be interested in? I mean, I don't know if there's any weird shit hiding underneath the water. That could
There
actually
could
be kind of
be.
handy.
Those are very dangerous.
I mean, it was not like before when I didn't have much access to water. I've been living on a ship and on the water for this past whole year, but I'll never give up an opportunity to stretch the old fins and do a couple dives.
Cool. I just think the walk on water might be fun if we want to flex our magic a little bit on this guy.
I mean, I think it might be a good idea. I think it might be a good idea if Les is able to swim while we're walking. Is that something you'd be cool with, Les?
I mean, I welcome that idea. Yes, please.
Cool.
I would love that. Yes.
Sweet. So yeah, I'll kind of be ritual casting walk or water walk.
walk on.
So, yeah, walk on water.
Yeah, I think it's water walk or something like that.
One of those ones.
One of those. It's how many people does it hit?
It's like 8 or something. I'm pretty sure we're cool with the amount, but I can double check.
Hope might want to bring cinnamon, so if it is 8, they might want to have their horse.
That's true.
Hey, Doctor, at some point, can you just, put your hand up like this?
Yeah, water walk. Up to 10 willing creatures you can see within range. Gain this ability for 1 hour.
Cool. I cast it on just some other guy on a boat just for fun to see if he falls in.
Okay. It's going to last for an hour or so.
If he tries to go swimming, he's going to get a concussion.
Go for a run. It's just enjoy it. It'll be an hour. No.
That's
just going to be
just his
very
feet
fun.
that walk on water. His body can still go upside down.
Drags underneath.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right.
So yeah.
All right. So you were able to finish casting Water Walk. You find a place to easily tie up Cinnamon in the wagon. 6 of you, Hope on Cinnamon, are able to step out onto the water to some very odd looks from a couple of people at first, and then just kind of go like, oh, it's, they're used to seeing a Melior flying across from his tower and then flying back, so walking on water, not exactly the hardest thing. But it's more so the, you see a couple people just look out at you and do the double take of, are they yeah, okay, cool.
We're just waving.
Weirdo spellcasters, let them go do their thing.
New in town, it's nice to meet everyone.
When they double take and, go, what? Can I just at that moment sneeze through my gills? You're like, ah.
Sure. You sneeze nothing,
Cool.
but... All right. Awesome.
Just to add on the awkwardness.
Yeah. So it takes you a better part of 15 minutes or so at a decent little clip to get across the water. You're not hiding from anything per se, so you're able to move at a relatively fast pace. And yeah, you just see a solitary stone building. Looks to be probably 3 stories or so. Maybe the top story is kind of flat topped. There's no spires of any kind. It's just very unassuming. There's just a single wooden door with an iron handle on it. No windows, no balconies, no nothing.
So while we were making our way to the island, when I'm underwater, can I kind of do a little bit of a survey under the water just to see if I spot any kind of anything? Just
Sure.
to get us.
Make a perception check.
That one, I see nothing. Never mind.
To begin with, it's pretty murky water. It's something that's coming off of the high forest, so further up the river, it might be a little bit more clear. But by this point, with the sheer number of boats that are traveling through, with the debris in the water, the muck, the silt, there's not a lot to see anyway. It's a pretty well traveled one. I'd say you would know. Even on a natural 1, based on just your general knowledge, you would know this is a pretty well-traveled river. It seems to continue eastward beyond the Sword Coast into other trade hub areas, and then it ends up letting out through Daggerford. The river actually lets out basically through the port at Daggerford, so you would imagine that it's a pretty well-traveled one.
City air. Ugh.
All right. So you end up making your way over to the tower. You just got the door in front of you, no windows, no balconies of any kind.
Does anyone mind if I knock on this one?
You're probably the strongest with the.
Are you going to knock, or are you going to knock.
I was just planning on knocking.
Can I check the door for traps before
that's a good call.
gets too close to touching it?
Sure, go and make an investigation check.
If I see Aluura, actually, I'll let her.
Yeah, you got your thing.
Investigation?
Yeah.
22.
22? Door doesn't appear to be trapped.
I think you're good to go, Leif.
Cool. And I'll walk ahead and knock on the door.
Okay, so...
I told you to leave me alone, you Alliance idiots! Not a lick of arcane power between all of you, and you're boring!
I love him.
What's the wall? Sorry, you said it's a stone
It's
wall.
a stone building, probably 3 stories-ish, like 40 feet up kind of thing, and it's a wooden door with an iron handle.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to cast on myself Meld with Stone and try and walk through the wall.
Okay.
Whoa.
Hang on, I gotta look this one up.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Meld into stone. You step into a stone object or surface large enough to fully contain your body. Using your movement, you step into the stone at the point you can touch. While merged, you can't see what occurs inside it. You can use your movement to leave the stone where you entered it with ends the spell.
Okay.
You otherwise can't.
Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. Then I can shape stone. I believe I have that.
You have stone shape?
Yeah. Let me double check though before I try and do something.
Giant middle finger.
I have an idea. I will wait till Leif sees if he can do his idea first, and then I will try my idea.
Okay. No more than 5 feet in dimension and form it into any shape that suits your purpose. You can make a passage through a wall as long as the wall is less than 5 feet thick.
I'm gonna go for that.
Okay.
So just say we're coming in. We're here to chat.
You're here to
Yeah,
chat.
like asking him to like let us in yet. We could also do that.
Leif is doing it.
Oh,
You said you're doing it.
Yeah.
So do you just want to create a second door, basically?
Yeah, a little thing, and just sort of pop my head and go, hey.
And you see him just kind of look over at you and just,
Who the hell? What? Who in the name of Mistra are you?
and you see him start to conjure a spell.
Oh no,
What
it's
do you
okay.
do?
My name's Leif. I'm friendly.
That doesn't mean shit to me!
And he casts a fireball.
Oh no.
So I need all of you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Love it.
I will say, like, it's probably
Oh
just
my
me
God.
filling up the door.
Yeah, but he can still cast it on.
Okay.
He's not casting it in his home. He's casting it
Oh, fair
beyond
enough.
you. So everybody needs to make a dex save.
I was right behind you too, Leif.
Yeah.
In my head, I'm not going to try to...
So you're all within 10 feet of hope, though, so you do get the +2 bonus to your dex saves.
Oh, cool.
Just a deck save?
Yeah, straight dex save.
Hey,
That's
Jordy, is it too late to call my Dark One's Resilience?
What is Dark One's Resilience?
It is my level 10 Warlock feature that gives me resistance on any damage of my choosing.
Let me see.
Uh,
If it's not a reaction, it is too late.
Okay, cool. Well, I would have had to do it like after our rest coming
Oh,
into town.
choose one damage type. You gain resistance to that damage. I would say retroactively, no.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. But
Good for future.
Yeah, good for future.
cool. So I got an 8 for going around.
Okay, so yeah, so we'll start with Leif. That was an 8. Do you want to just roll hope for me? I think it's plus.
Yep.
I want to say it's +5.
Yeah, and I believe they have resistance to fire damage.
They do, being a tiefling, yeah. So it's half
Okay.
damage anyway.
Okay, cool. That was a 23.
Okay, so
For
that's fail for you, success. Elethe,
29.
success. Doc,
23.
success. Les,
19.
19. 19 is a success. And Aluura,
22. It's
Success.
a +2, right?
Perfect.
+2 from hope, yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
so
sorry. I got a 10 then.
yeah. So all of you succeed except for Leif. Aluura, you take no damage because of evasion.
Hey, Amelior, I have a question.
And then just this fire mote of energy comes out and he just fires it off outside his building. So you all do take 51 points of fire damage, halved to 25. So 25 if you succeeded, and then Hope gets it halved again down to 12.
Okay.
Aluura, you take nothing.
Leif pulls back, looking like Daniel Stern, and
I was gonna say, is it fully like anime, just like little white eyes, fully black, like hair blown back?
For you, it would be the opposite, actually, because the fire explodes behind you, so everything gets pushed forward.
Oh, man, this burnt my ass.
Can I cast absorb energy and absorb some of the fire damage?
Sure. Is it it's a reaction, right?
It doesn't take it away from the damage, but I'm gonna then like get fire for my next attack. And I kind of want to swing in and just like slap him across the face and use the fire energy that I've...
Oh no.
Okay. Well, I'll say that's fine. Sure. So you can do that. Whatever.
I'm not firing my arrow at him. I'm just slapping him in the face. No, I know.
You're just slapping him in the face. So Leif, you stone shape the wall. You just, hello there. And then he just kind of fires a fireball at you. All of you duck out, take very limited damage. And then he's just standing in there, like, breathing a little heavy and, like, his hand kind of a little sooty from firing that. And then Elethe, you just duck in underneath Leif's legs and just smack him upside the face. And he's just... and like turns over and his face is like burning a little. His beard is singed. And he's like patting out the flames on his face, and he kind of like looks at you, and looks at Leif.
You wanted visitors who had arcane powers, and then as soon as my friend says hello, you cast a fucking fireball on us.
Leif,
and you just see his smile get. You see his smile just get massive. Finally, someone interesting to talk to. Come in! And you just see him like get all of you inside and start dragging you inside.
Okay, I want to
patting out fire on my body.
I want to cast. If there's any damage done to anyone, I want to cast. I think it's mass cure wounds.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cast that at. I think I can only cast it at like 4th level. So that's going to be something I'm going to get off. I'll look up how much that healing is, but
it will say, just for sake of brevity, you're all healed back to full.
Dang, I'm so sorry about that. I've never been.
Don't be sorry. It's exciting, just a little scary. It's fine. Come, sit.
And you see the room that you're stepping into through Leif's doorway is a very wide open single chamber. There's no doors of any kind. There's nothing that would indicate that this is more than a 1-story room. You see a very large owlbear skin rug on the ground, some couches, chairs, a long coffee table, a big fireplace just with a smoldering hearth in it right now. And the only piece that's kind of out of the ordinary is you see that there's a stone kind of figure sitting over in the corner, kind of like roughly humanoid, arms at the side, legs down, head perfectly straight up, and it's just kind of standing there like a stone statue.
Quick question about that, Jordy. Would that look like any of the stone statues that were in the wizard's tower in Barovia?
The wizard's tower in the Amber Temple?
No, the well, actually, the Amber Temple. I was gonna say the one in the that was in the lake.
Oh, right. Not like those ones. These ones are definitely bigger. They look kind of similar to the amber statues that you saw, like the beak ones, but much more like just kind of propped perfectly straight. Whereas the other ones were kind of like arms out at the ready, or like arms at their sides and like arms up a little. These ones are like straight arms, straight legged. They look like they've just been carved out of a single piece of flat stone, but they're like probably about 3 or 4 feet thick.
Cool.
Yeah. So you see him just kind of gesturing towards the couches and the chairs at different points. And then you kind of see him turn over and you see a very, very odd sight. You see him kind of like reaching behind one of the chairs and pulling up a bright yellow cat. And it's like the color of the sun. He's just holding this cat and starts like stroking its head a little bit and like tail going up, and it starts to purr on his chest a little bit. And as you're all starting to take your seats, you start to notice that there are a couple of other cats, and 2 of them actually walk through a wall and just kind of appear like half of their bodies out of the wall and just start walking towards the center of the room. And the cats are lime green, fuchsia, orange, turquoise, sky blue, maroon, indigo. They're everything but black and brown and typical colors of cats.
I want to make friends with the cat.
It's pretty easy. Like, they're kind of starting to jump up onto the furniture. Yeah.
Can I try something real quick?
Yeah.
While we see all the cats and the yellow cats and everything kind of coming into fruition, because we heard that we heard this piece of information before.
Yep.
That he had a bunch of colorful cats in his tower. Can I use shape water to animate a cat out of water?
Sure, I'll say you can do that. You'd use the water in your flask to do it, but yeah, you can do that.
Yeah. So kind of seeing all these cats kind of running about and him being very intrigued. I want to like kind of just like almost like an instinct, like water. The cap on my flask kind of comes off, and then the stream of water just sort of weaves itself around me, and then you just see a cat kind of form on my shoulder and just like kind of sits there, and just like a tail wagging about, and it's just sitting there.
So you
see, it doesn't have any
sound
sound or anything.
Yeah, you see like a couple of the cats start to make their way up onto the couches and onto the chairs, and like one of them starts to crawl on you and kind of like does the little head tilt and then like come up and like paw at the cat a little bit, and then its paw gets wet, and you just see it start to like shake its paw and then start to back away from the water a little.
Like a type of flubber.
Yeah.
Are these cats real cats, or are they like?
Yeah, they're walking all over you.
Or like we can feel.
Yeah, you can feel the fur. You can feel them. It's just that they're all uniquely colored. Each of them has their own coloring, and all relatively well kept. A couple a little bit bigger, a couple a little smaller, but overall they're cats.
My friend, what type are these? Real cats? Did you create these? Like, I've never seen cats quite like these at all.
That's why they're mine. It's a lot easier for me to be able to have some interesting things around rather than, the drab and the boring. Excuse me, I'm going to fix my wall.
And he just walks over and casts stone shape and fixes his wall.
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's perfectly fine. You used a spell on it and you didn't destroy it. That's what matters. I can fix that.
And then he heads back down and then takes a seat and like scoops 3 or 4 of the cats onto the center of his lap and just starts petting them at odd angles.
What are their names?
This one is Jack, and Milo, and Cleo, and Ginger, and Monty, Sebastian, and Daisy, and Casper, and Taz, and Gizmo, and Ringo, and this one, and he picks up a lavender cat, is Lavender.
That's a really
Lavender.
cool name.
Yes.
Lavender's the best.
Those are some solid names, my friend.
If I might, we've come here with purpose, of course. You were around during the attack on Secomber recently, yes?
And you see his face start to shift a little bit at this point and go to a little bit more like dark rather than, upbeat, happy to just have visitors who seem interesting.
Oh, you've come about that, have you?
I mean,
amongst other things, we've actually got a few things we'd like to ask you about, and we've heard, you're one of the most interesting personages in this town here.
Yes, they're all boring.
Well,
yes, which is why we came to you.
That's why I threw that stupid dragonborn off my island. Got her all wet, I did.
I will say we do have an unfortunate track record of making most places we visit more exciting, so...
It's true.
Exciting is always fun. Whether it's good or bad, you never quite know. But it's always more interesting than drab.
Would you trade information for interesting stories?
Of course. Wait, you have stories?
Boy, do we. Leif, you got a great one.
Got a really good storyteller over here.
Look, I don't want to brag or anything.
First off, before we get into any of that, who are you?
Oh, yes. That's
probably heard of us.
Probably good stuff.
Or maybe not.
Oh, my name's Leif. It's really great to meet you, and I hold out my hand.
Leif, a furbolg. Interesting. Not many times I see people coming around here of your background.
I'll probably ask a question about that later, but I appreciate your outward friendliness.
As I said, you're much more interesting than the humans. Curse my background. And the halflings, they're far too short.
Oh, well, no, okay.
Okay.
Aluura, uninteresting human over here.
Uninteresting human, but with an interesting story.
And he's specifically looking at the crown of your head, at the fact that you're bald.
Ah.
Okay, so he doesn't like short, bald people. All right.
Uh-oh.
This is good.
Good thing we're role-playing characters.
And you, a half-elf, of course? You are...
Of course. Dr. D'Amato Shenanigans. Good to meet you.
A doctor is interesting. Doctors always have fun stories of dirty fingers. And you, a drow? Yes, a drow.
Leif. My name's Leif. And we're known as the Brunch Bunch, in case you've heard of our exploits.
The Brunch Bunch. I love the alliteration. It's so fun. All right. So, Elethe?
And this is Lester over here.
Lester?
I'm going to be distracted feeding fresh tuna to the cats and just playing with them.
Les, you've been keeping that in your pocket the whole time. We paid like so much gold on the way here.
Well, it's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's only 7 days of raw fish old.
It's fine.
But the cats are still eating it. To them, it's not the worst thing in the world.
7-day-old raw fish.
That's what that smell was.
Bacon.
I had no idea.
I thought it was just the town, but I guess it was less.
And our associate here is Hope. They can't speak right now. They're doing a course in mime.
I understand. People of different patronages always seem to find themselves in a rather interesting state of mind, perhaps taking a vow of silence for a few days. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Makes talking all the more interesting when you come back and do it later on. But you, Lester the Jester, I hope.
Actually, that's not my real name. He's not. That's not it.
Les Paul.
It's Leslie.
Les Paul?
That's right. Yeah.
Les
Paul.
Les Paul. Interesting.
That's right. Les Paul of the Triton Race at your service. Man.
Your name is Les Paul.
Yes.
Is that
Les
two
Paul.
names or one?
It's one name.
Les Paul? Les
The
Paul.
hyphen.
Is it really?
We don't need to get into details. It's fine.
You, however, a sea creature yourself. Are you a Triton by chance?
And you see his smile get really big at this point.
Yes.
We've got to think for trying.
Interesting. We shall have conversations at some point. But, for now, you promised me a story. Who would like to start?
Leif?
Yeah, that's probably fair. I'll keep this one brief.
That was a brief story from Leif. I'm intrigued.
You're lucky.
Oh, I mean, I can
A couple hours.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know where you want me to start. Initially, well, it's probably easy if I just cut to the chase. But about a week and a bit ago, we were in myself and Hope. We were in Waterdeep, and having a nice little evening at the Rearing Hippocampus Inn. I don't know if you've ever been.
Never heard of it.
Oh, it's really cool. And we took bed beers. And anyways,
those, they're great.
Anyways, I'm a cleric of Eldath, and I've been communing with her somewhat frequently as of late. Basically, I had a dream where she came to me and warned me about some unrest in the plains. Now, that wasn't really the most startling thing. I did see a vision of a flaming hellscape, which is completely new to me, and I kind of got whipped by something, and I'll kind of show my hand. Say, I woke up with this, all very new to me.
And he reaches out and just grabs your hand and is just holding it in front of his face.
Sorry, you said you had a dream.
Yeah, so, and I don't think we checked it. It had nothing to do with the bed beers.
And you pray to Elethe, yes?
Yes. I'm not sure if you're familiar. My granny's kind of from this area. You might know her name's Beatrice.
No.
Okay.
And he's just holding your hand like really tight around the wrist, like really getting in, and he just starts like running a finger like into the grooves on the burn.
Okay.
And he's just kind of like.
Anyways, when we heard the attack here, it sort of seemed a little related, so that's why kind of got everyone together to come check this out.
And he just kind of like, as if he like now is realizing you kept talking, he just kind of releases your hand and.
Oh, thank you.
That.
Can
What do you want to say?
Can I insight check him? Does he look like when he was running his fingers through Leif's wound, does it seem like he was like excited about the wound or like wanting to hurt Leif or?
Sure, make an insight check. That's an interesting one.
9.
Wanted to hurt me.
9.
Well, like, yeah.
Actively trying to hurt him? No. Accidentally hurting him because he was just so interested in what was happening? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, you're not really able to glean much beyond that.
Okay, I'm gonna keep a close eye on any interactions that he has with Leif, and specifically with Leif's injury.
Okay. And he's let go of the hand at this point and returned it to you, and he just kind of,
So yeah, that's my side of the story.
Burned by fire. And how long ago was this exactly?
About 2 weeks and a bit now.
For you, it was
6 plus what was it? 9 days here.
So it was 9 days here, and then 6 days before you left. So yeah, 15 days.
Something like that, yeah.
So about 3 days, 4 days after the attack.
Yeah.
Where were you before that?
Oh, we were up in Neverwinter and Fire Shear. I mean, about a year ago, we were actually down in this area in the High Forest, but
you were. That's interesting.
Why is that interesting?
Just curious. There have been, obviously the attack coming here of these fire-based devils, and then having an entity reach you, not in a dream. Dreams are within our own minds. Visions occur in others. I have a feeling that this was the latter.
You said you were with him, and he turns to Hope, and
was he difficult to wake?
And they just kind of nod, and you just...
Worrisome. Well, it appears that you've at least come to the right place. I can't imagine that these two things are not related in some way. So you've come for what I know on the attack, I assume?
Yeah, to say the least.
Well, I can at least tell you a few things. The story is enough to earn you that. It was mostly me, to be honest. The soldiers did nothing. They simply fell in front of the creatures. I took them on, myself, single-handedly. Total of 5. The soldiers, I believe they only actually saw 3 of them. 2 others broke off, and I encountered them on the outskirts of the village, where the 3 seemed to be taking the brunt of the attacks. Dispatched them quite easily. Devils, they were. Differing classes. The ones up front more resilient. One living chains wrapped around him, a chain devil. And the other that they didn't really see much about was... I did a bit of research, spoke to a few contacts.
And he kind of like looks at the cats a little bit.
Okay.
And then...
a bone devil. A creature that had shed its skin. Nothing but bone and muscle tissue. You might see it if you ever make your way up to see any footprints or anything remain. looks like a gigantic raptor of some kind, as if there were no muscle on it at all, just the bones in the earth.
Did I lose everyone?
We can still hear you.
I can hear.
Hello?
I can see people too.
Yeah, I can see. Oh, it's just that your webcam's frozen.
But those were the two major ones that were taking on the soldiers. The ones that came around the side, a little more...
Oh, there we go.
Little more flighty. Weaker, but used more as scouting creatures. Large imps. Flying through the air.
Would the large imp be the one that was described as wrapped in fiery chains?
No, that would be the chain devil. That was one of the ones that the soldiers were having some difficulty with. Until I arrived, of course.
Of course. What were they looking for, do you know? Could you tell?
That I have no idea, but the fact that two relatively weaker ones were flying over top of the city is intriguing. Shows that it is not simply an attack for the sake of causing havoc. But those soldiers bringing more of them here and disrupting the lives of the people all in the name of defense that I could give. Ugh. Troublesome.
You've been here a while. Has there been any history of attacks or even magical activity in the city?
A few.
Outside of yourself, of course.
Well, I mean, I don't consider myself particularly godlike, but powerful, yes. Attacks on the city, a few hobgoblin bands here and there, a couple of orcs making their way down, a few creatures coming out from the high moor, causing a bit of trouble, but nothing over the top by any stretch of the imagination. This, however, is a different classification. Those creatures, based on my research, should not be able to make that trip alone. Something assisted them.
They were summoned.
Potentially. We know that demonic summonings do happen. Devil creatures do not get summoned. They have their own wills, or they are told what to do by their masters on the other side. But if there were a portal to the hells that existed around here, I would be the one to find it. I mean, I've been here long enough that I would not allow something like that to occur and remain. Whatever this was temporary. But it is not my interest, particularly, to track it down.
That was going to be my question. Possibly there might be a gateway or a portal that someone could be using, but like you said, someone as capable as yourself would probably find something like that by now.
You would think so, wouldn't you?
Does this town have any notable enemies?
No. We are the midpoint between two of the busiest trade cities across all of Toril. It is somewhere that no one would ever actually willingly attack or cause any real harm to, lest the trade routes get disturbed in some way. Especially not anything that would summon creatures such as these. An army taking over the city, sure, I mean, that could probably happen. But summoning devilish creatures to come in and simply cause havoc? No.
Might there be anything interesting that someone might be wanting to take about the city? As someone who's been here for a long time, I realize the city looks fairly nondescript, but
the city is completely dull. The only thing of interest here is me.
Why do you still stay here if you crave something that's not as monotonous and boring as this city?
I don't crave things that are not monotonous. I crave being alone It's just more interesting when fun people tend to come into my home, even if they break in through a wall in order to do so. But no, I find it a nice place to be alone with my thoughts, and my cats, and my friends. Yes, and anyone who tends to come through, bringing these intriguing items from both sides, I tend to get first pick of the litter, as it were. How do you think I acquired all of my cats?
Can I insight check really quick? When he said the word friends, did his face react in a certain way, or did his eyes flick somewhere? Any indication of who he was talking about when he said friends?
Sure. You can make an insight check on that.
Can I as well, Jordy?
Okay, yeah.
Weird.
Yes, one other player can. Up to you guys.
It's all you, Jesse.
Or sorry, up to 2 other players. Sorry. So you and Leif could make one.
Oh, okay.
Insight checks, I'm letting 3.
Okay.
17.
17.
Not good at it.
22.
22.
28.
28.
Nice.
Doctor... Actually, hang on.
We got the, levels of...
Alone would actually notice that as he did that, he kind of was gesturing and flourishing with his hands a little bit, and then he kind of brought his hands down to the sides of his hips and kind of, toyed with something at the side of his hips.
Oh, his hips don't lie.
Well, they do.
Only to leave.
Okay,
Doctor.
yeah, okay, no, seeing that, I want to, trying to figure out if I want to, actually, yeah, seeing that, I will cast, actually, no, I'm going to let that go.
Okay. But, yeah.
May I follow?
Please.
When you said your friends, who are your friends? We're new in the area, and certainly if some of you have friends that are as interesting as you are, they may be of interest to us as well.
My friends are not exactly the traditional type of friends. You know, the people you find in a bar or tavern. No, these are more interesting creatures from elsewhere.
Oh, I'm very familiar with interesting creatures from elsewhere. Certainly they could be of some help to us if we're looking to help you.
They are of help to moi.
Ah, of course.
From my knowledge of devils in general, they seem to be very intrigued with making dark deals. Is there anyone that you might suspect of engaging in that type of behavior? Anyone who may be desperate enough to want to make any type of dark deal of some kind?
In some of the larger cities, perhaps, but in Secomber, life is simple. I mean, there would be some intriguing questions that I would have loved to ask should one of them have survived, but no, these ones seemed quite dead set on throwing themselves at soldiers until they fell. Rather interesting behavior, as if something was driving them, perhaps.
So that was gonna be... Oh, sorry, Leif.
No, you go ahead, I'll go after.
So we chatted a bit with that Dragonborn that you kicked out. To you, it didn't seem like there was any sort of pattern or motive for this. Like they weren't targeting a specific tavern or person.
The ones in the front, the 3 that the soldiers saw, simply threw themselves upon the spears, causing as much damage and havoc as they could. The interesting part was the 2 flying ones. They were heading somewhere, but as soon as they saw me, they tried to dart away, so I made sure to send them back to the bowels from whence they came.
Well,
someone was in touch with them throughout the battle.
What do you mean?
That someone was giving them orders as there was resistance throughout the battle to turn back. If they were heading.
It's possible, but they were quite a ways away from anybody. The only way that could have happened was if there was a spell of some kind that would allow them to communicate, but those spells are few and far between and are usually used for very direct conversations, not maintained lengths of time.
We see.
Amelior, what was successful in dispatching these creatures?
Well, fire was fucking useless.
Yes, we've been told that fire is useless, and potentially ice was successful in harming or killing them.
Ice was successful on the red ones, less so on the bone one.
Well, finally, I have a use for this goddamn spell, and then I create a big, giant ice knife out of my hand, just going...
Oh, that is quite nice. Very entry-level for a man such as myself, but nonetheless quite interesting for someone of your backgrounds. Typically not too many mages tend to make their way up from the depths.
Yes, well, maybe you can tell me how it works, because I don't really know how it works.
Sorry, I think Aluura has something to say.
It's a question for Jordy.
Yeah.
When we walked in, did it look like this was like a high tower?
No, so the whole thing right now that's really weird to you guys is you walked into a 10-foot high ceiling, massive circular room. The only
But like, when we walked up to
the tower is 40 feet high. It looks like it's probably 3 stories.
Yeah.
But the roof above you is 10 feet. The weird thing that you all do remember, it was kind of an offhand thing, so you might not remember me saying it, is that there was an area where the cats seemed to walk through the wall.
Through a wall.
Okay. Amelior, we are actually quite interested in real estate and architecture. Would you mind giving us a tour of the rest of the tower?
That would be for another time. Perhaps once you provide me more interesting...
I don't know if we're going to be here for that much longer. We'd love to see the rest of your tower.
Well, I appreciate the interest. A 20-minute conversation about things that happened several days ago, or weeks ago at this point, does not entitle you to see the rest of what lies in my tower. But perhaps at some point in the future, if you ever find yourselves making your way this... I'm assuming you came from the west. So if you find yourselves heading east again...
Did we?
Yeah, you're on the west side, you're on the coast.
If you show us, we'll tell you...
I appreciate the gumption, but no. There is nothing that you could offer me that would allow me on the first meeting within 40 minutes to show you all of my secrets.
Amelior, it seems that we're united in our interest to find a solution to this devil problem in Secomber. You said you'd done a little bit of research. Would you mind sharing that with us? Could we take a look?
I already have. The research was on the nature of the creatures that I fought. A couple of imps, a chain devil, a bone devil. The reasoning as to why they're here, that is anyone's guess. How they got here is an even better question. That's something I would be curious in learning. For that is powerful magics.
I have a couple of questions about that as well, actually. You mentioned the red devils were susceptible to ice, but the bone devils were not. But what did you use to dispatch them? Actually, the Dragonborn told us that you were quite instrumental in foiling the attack, so we figured you might have a couple tricks up your sleeve you could share.
Make a persuasion check.
I was trying to lay it on pretty thick there.
Yeah, that's the reason why I'm giving you the check.
Okay. 0 charisma bonus, but they get 18, so...
18? Okay. You see him just kind of like...
All right, I'll give you a little hint. There's a funny little spell. Something that tends to... turn things to dust.
Okay.
It's a rather fun one.
Man, Kaylee the player knows what you're talking about, but probably doesn't.
That could be very useful, I'd imagine.
I'm sure you've run across it in your travels if you're hired by the Alliance to head this far east.
I'm sure that we could definitely, if we can't find what you're talking about, we can do some research. I have one more question though, because, it just seems to me, you being the most interesting person and the only real thing of note in this little podunk, in between town, that is it possible that
this dude.
Please do your best, man, but this is like she's awkward. That the only thing of interest here is you. Is there, any reason that maybe the devils were sent here to attack you or lure you out? Do you have any enemies who might be trying to, find your position or find a weakness or lure you. And Elethe is specifically thinking of the bounty on Amelia that she saw in Waterdeep.
Aluura.
People interested in having my head on a platter, per se.
Well, I can't, there's nothing in particular, but I did hear your name once or twice around when we were in Waterdeep, people talking about you. It's nothing, no threats, but it did seem like you were known in that city. So I can only assume that your reputation is, spread far enough that you might have an enemy who would be powerful enough to do this. People who have extraordinary talents often do have extraordinary foes.
I'm sorry, did you say that my name was mentioned in the city of Waterdeep?
I just heard it once in a bar, but I couldn't tell you who it was, but I have very good hearing. So when, Lady Silverhand mentioned your name, I was familiar with it, and it struck me that I had heard it before.
Make a deception check.
I've already used up my mass cure wounds.
Fireball.
Aluura would have been like inching, like just kind of making she's like looking around, but like scoping out that part of the wall with the wall.
Make a perception check.
Okay. You can go back to Kaylee. I just wanted to.
Yep.
10?
10.
Oh boy.
He just kind of like looks at you and just like, you can see the gaze shift from like, oh, I know she's putting it on thick, but I'm going to let her keep going, to like,
where did you actually hear my name?
Okay, at this point, I don't think, I shoot a look at Aluura. I don't think we're about to murder this guy.
I would have said.
Sorry, before you did that, what was your perception check roll?
It was 9.
9, okay,
nothing.
yeah.
9.
I would have
we heard it at the hippocampus.
That's what
was that
she
the
said,
night
and that was a lie. Where did you actually hear my name?
Did you say the hippocampus?
No,
You
she
just
said
at
in a tavern.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had mentioned that we were staying at the Rearing Hippocampus.
Yeah. So he knows that it's a tavern.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck. Elethe sucks at this.
You don't
Alright.
have to tell me if you don't want to, but don't lie to me.
Well, as you said, you don't want to show us your tower. You've only just met.
And
Let's
that's
just
fine,
say
so simply don't tell me these things.
we don't intend you any harm, but I heard it in a context where somebody might intend you harm, and I'm curious to know who your enemies might be. That's definitely not a lie. So
No, I
he
know.
can
That's
insight check me all he wants.
That was a good one.
This is the first that I have heard of that. I don't have enemies. I have people who are jealous of what I can do, of the things that I own, the things that I control.
Oh,
Can you give us
what do
an
you mean,
idea
own?
of why those things are so desirable?
Because they are desirable.
What does something that you own? What is it that you own that might put you at risk?
I mean, these cats are pretty cool.
And you see him just look at each one of the cats individually.
I mean, as great as these rare specimens are, these amazing feline kings and queens, is there something maybe in the tower that's of value to you that people might be after you for?
I'm sure there's plenty of things of value in this tower.
I know, it's an amazing tower. He's got it souped up to the nines. He's got so many amazing items in here. Probably someone put a bounty on your head because they're jealous of you and they just want to take all your things from you.
So someone put a bounty on me.
Les doesn't know that, by
He
the way.
doesn't know that, so he wouldn't.
Oh yeah,
be
he
able
wouldn't
to-
be able to say that.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So, yeah,
Retroactive.
that's fine.
Well then, that is an interesting thing that I'll have to keep in mind. Thank you, though, for bringing that interest to my attention.
You're welcome. And I don't know any more than that. If I had more information to help you defend yourself,
No,
You
that's
know, I
fine.
might-
You've been quite
fair to see.
forward with the information you've provided so far, as have I been in return truthful and forward with my information. But I believe that for now this should do for a first meeting. Perhaps we should meet again sometime. I must head into town if you would follow me, please.
Certainly.
Sorry, I'll let...
No, go ahead.
Go first.
I don't want to do the thing.
I was going to say, as he's making this gesture to kind of make our exit, can I do a quick look around the room to see if anything's off or weird? Maybe
sure,
some
make a
magic
perception check.
going on. +4. 19.
19. You look around the room. Fire has been burning the whole time you've been talking and hasn't gotten bigger or smaller. The cats are weird colors. That's about all you recognize, all you notice.
Can I do it might be too late to retroactively do this, but I did write it down just because there was so much back and forth. I didn't want to jump the flow. But when he said east, he kind of emphasized it. Did I catch any expressions that he was that seemed that he was sort of putting a emphasis on it for some reason? If
you guys were heading east. It was more so just emphasizing that was the direction you were coming from.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was a...
No, that was just his way of speaking.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So he makes for the door and opens the door and begins to usher each of you out.
As we're going out, I want to kneel down and pet one of the cats.
Okay.
And just say, use my speech with Beast and Leif, and just say, if you're being held here against your... Oh, wait, no, hold on. I speak normally. I don't sound
you
like...
do. You don't sound like a cat.
I'm going to scratch that fully.
Yeah. That's what I thought. If you're being held here against your will, make a meow at me now. No, they do seem to be pretty happy and chipper. As you're starting to make your way out, Elethe, Doctor, and Leif, you would all notice with your passives that a couple of them have vanished from the room. And then you see the tail end of one of them going into one of the walls.
Basically, we like to do them on the way in. I'd like to add, these seem like very special cats. I don't suppose you breed or you'd sell a kitten to us at all, which big animal lover over here.
I find them on different merchant ships that come through Secomber. I simply pick up ones that are of my interest. The mundane bores me.
I can see that.
You could have taken a ship here.
So fucking weird.
You could have, but you would have had to travel south to Daggerford, hopped on a ship from Daggerford, and then followed the river. And it actually, funnily enough, it usually takes longer because there's a lot more traffic on the shipping lanes than there is on the road.
So Leif doesn't know much about the world of shipping, about the world of trade on the ocean, but doesn't feel like there's... The idea of picking up a cat on a boat doesn't really sit right. So if I could kind of insight check what he means on that.
Sure. Make an insight check.
What is colored cats on boats? They do have cats on ships to control rats.
19.
Yep.
19. He's being truthful. Animals do make their way on ships. Usually they're not exactly the most interesting ones. But with someone who's been here for this long, there are things that are of interest when you first arrive somewhere. There are things of interest once you've been settled for 20 years. And then there are things that are of interest once you've been in a place for most of your life and you just look for cool stuff. You can also request as well, because it's a shipping route and a trading route and there are a lot of merchants that come through, you can also just make requests. So there's a pretty good chance that he probably could have just asked for cool colored cats.
Definitely trying to work that one into an insight check.
He's my kind of weird, but then also not at all my kind of weird.
Yeah. He toes that line perfectly.
Before we leave,
oh yeah.
Is he coming with us outside, or is he kicking us out and he's staying behind?
No, he's coming with you. He said he had to go into town.
Cool.
But he's ushering us out of the building as...
Yeah, he's holding the door open, ushering you out of the building so that he can close it after you. Make sure that you're all out and not leave you in his house.
Well, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for blowing a hole. Well, not blowing a hole, but shaping a hole in my wall. It was very interesting to see so many bright young faces and interesting people coming through. Definitely looking forward to any future conversations we're going to have. It seems like we may be having a few of those.
Leif's eyebrows kind of twitch at the young, like knowing that she's like 175 and this guy's probably pushing like...
He's probably like late 50s.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But
to him, to you at 175 for an elf is not even as old as him, relatively speaking.
Temporally, though.
Yeah. But he does usher all of you out and kind of gets you to start scooting on your way. And you see him turn back around and he produces a key and puts the key into the lock and turns it. And then also as he does so, waves a series of symbols and it looks like he's casting some kind of an arcane lock spell as well.
Noted.
Yeah.
Cool.
Can we tell if the arcane lock covers the door or like the whole building?
You can't tell.
Okay.
Yeah. The spell gets cast. You don't know what it affects. It's not like it's something that's visible that it clearly creates a shield or something.
Okay.
Yeah. But for all of you, he would wait out the 10 minutes for you to be able to cast Water Walk again.
Have we been in there for an hour?
With the 15 minutes, 20 minutes walking over, it's cutting it pretty close.
Just dump halfway.
Yeah, you maybe get like 10 minutes out and all of a sudden a cinnamon just sinks to the bottom of the ocean.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
Or bottom of the river. Yeah. So you would cast the spell again and he would end up casting Fly on himself. And at this point, we're actually going to take a break. Unless there's something quick you wanted to do. Jesse.
Oh, I just wanted to, instead of Walk on Water, I was going to cast Dimension Door on this side and then Dimension
It's more
Door.
than 500 feet.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just fly as well. I want to show this guy up a little.
Okay. All right, so he would cast Fly on himself after your water walk was done. You would cast Fly on yourself, and you would all start to make your way across the water, and that's where we're going to go ahead and take our quick 10-minute break. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool.
So thanks everybody who stuck around so far in the chat. Hope you guys are liking the session. I'm seeing some awesome comments back and forth. But yeah, so we are going to go ahead and do our giveaway for this one. We're giving away another one of these fantastic little dice trays here. Awesome little slot for 9 dice. You've got your spell slot tracker for slots 1 through 8, little rolling area, and then a pen. And so for this one, we're going to be going ahead and doing a keyword giveaway. So this will require you guys to type a word into the chat. Once you do that, you'll be entered into the giveaway for the giveaway. And we're going to go ahead and make our keyword. What's this?
Jackal.
Lavender.
Oh yeah.
Lockhart.
I would say lavender.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a cool cat.
My dream to have a lavender cat, but Spade's pretty great.
So lavender. So make sure you're spelling it correctly. Incorrect spellings do not count. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 10-minute break. We should be back here just a little bit. Sorry?
Only put it in once.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Make sure you only put it in once. If you put it in more than once, it is going to disqualify you. So make sure you only use it one time. Otherwise, you have absolutely no chance of winning. And then the other thing as well for the giveaway is that we are only able to give away to Canada and to the U.S., excluding Quebec. So if you're overseas, as much as we love you guys, unfortunately, we don't have the ability to ship over there. So make sure that you're spelling it correctly. Make sure you type it in one time, and we will go ahead and get that set up for you after our break. So we'll see you guys back here in 10 minutes.
Bye.
And we are back. Hello, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us through the break. We appreciate your patience with that one. Got to make sure that we refill our waters, empty our bladders, and go on from there. So
water in, water out.
Water in, water out. Exactly.
Hopefully not at the same time, right?
Oh, that's so awkward. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and do the giveaway. We're going to announce the winner of the giveaway. So we do want to just, one thing as well, I apologize, this was my fault for not prefacing this. If you've won within the last 30 days, within the last calendar month, we're not going to be doing multiple giveaways to the same person. It's just a fairness thing. Obviously, we want to give everybody a chance to get these. It's not that we are limited in how many of them we have. It's just that we want to make sure people aren't winning week after week or anything like that. So yeah, you're still welcome to enter into it, but if you do so, we will just disregard you as the winner, and then we'll just pick another random person. So in our case here, we're going to go ahead and announce the winner. It'll come up in the chat there with Nightbot. I'm going to go ahead and hit roll, and the winner is... It was Amanda.
Oh my goodness.
All right, and again...
No way!
There we go. No way. What a winner. All right. Apparently you did enter, but it's okay. The actual winner
picked up like the word from before, maybe.
I think it might have.
They may have been talking about the name, like the cat lavender or something.
Yeah, it's chance. So actually, what we're going to be doing here is we're actually going to have the second person, and the second winner is actual winner is Dodd Bio Run.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah, started following us today. So congrats for following and winning a prize on your first.
As that happened to Amanda last week too. Yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, Amanda was 2 weeks ago. But yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so congrats for that one. All the Kappas in the chat, appreciate it. So what we'll do is we'll send you a message after the stream. We'll get all your info to get this thing shipped out to you. Usually takes about a week and a half for it to get there, so stick with us. I promise everything is in the mail. We had the dice last week in the other tray. Amanda, hopefully you should actually be getting yours, if not tomorrow, pretty soon. It was scheduled to be there last Friday, so little sorry if you haven't gotten it yet.
The mail is generally kind of effed with things how they are.
Yeah, so. Exactly. Even within Canada, at best we're looking at 4 business days now. So congrats on that. We'll go ahead and get that recorded and make sure that we send you a message after the stream.
Congrats.
All right.
Congratulations.
So diving back into things. You guys find yourselves either water walking or flying away from Ameliora's tower. Or swimming, in your case. Awkwardly swimming as your feet don't duck below the water. No. But you do make your way across. Back over onto the mainland. Everybody climbing out of the water, stepping off. Doctor landing. You see Amelior kind of continue on towards the village. And he lands a little bit away from the shoreline and starts to just walk his way into the village. His flight only lasts for 10 minutes, so he's just barely able to clear the water before having to land and continue on from there. So, you now have essentially the town at your disposal. You have a rough direction heading as to where you can go to try to follow some of those tracks. What is it you would like to do?
Sorry, Jordy, what time is it?
At this point, given how much time you spent in the keep, and then with Amelior, we'll say it's about 4:30 or so. You still got a good 2 to 3 hours of daylight left.
Should we put her name in?
Oh, sorry, 4 to 5 hours of daylight, I should say.
I don't think we need to check back in with that soldier. We now know exactly what they were dealing with.
Yeah.
It may behoove us to get an early start on figuring out where these things came from.
We know the general direction where they came from, correct?
Yeah, north or northeast.
Yeah, north or northeast, just outside the city.
Elethe, how confident do you think, if we maybe go out to one of the battle or the conflict sites, do you think that we could...
it's been some time, whether and there's going to have been witnesses or sort of investigators already walking around. I don't think I'll know much, but it might be worth going out towards where they came in from, to the northeast, to the hills, and see. I think before we do that, though, we should go in and talk to the citizens of the town. Go to the taverns, check in to see, as Leif said, if anybody's experiencing strange dreams. Ask around, see if anyone can.
Did we ask Amelior if he had any leads as to where he thought they might be going next or anything like that, or did we?
He didn't. He told us everything he knew, I think.
Yeah, it's basically random attacks.
Yeah, he did.
I think
from the point of view of people who were there.
He told us everything he was comfortable telling us.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think he knew anything else about this. He told us everything he was comfortable telling us about this circumstance. I don't think that there was anything that we would need to know about where these things came from that he was holding back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, should we check into one of the taverns? There was the, do we want to go to the 7-string harp? That sounded kind of cool.
Yeah, I think that's probably where people are going to be getting tipsy and maybe going to be telling us a little bit more than they would otherwise if it was at the Singing Sprite.
Tipsy, too. That could be fun for you, Les.
Could ask about their interest in a drinking champion. But real quick, Amelior, is he coming with us to the tavern, or is he going to send?
No, he's already gone.
Like, falling off.
He landed. He was flying and he landed way ahead of you guys and just kept going.
Okay, I was under the impression he was coming with us and they were splitting off because I actually wanted to ask him something, but...
No, he was letting you guys cast Water Walk. He cast Flight, flew up in the air, and flew away.
Mm-hmm.
Crap, okay.
Les, I'm sure, he seems like he wants to keep the conversation going, so, we'll see him around.
You can slide into his DMs later, Leslie.
You also, based on what Shazair said, that he's frequently in and around the town. Like, if you guys make your way into town, you might just see him in a shop. It's just that he's not right now currently with you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, where are you headed to?
Should we check in on go to the 7-string harp?
Yes, let's.
Okay.
Cool.
All right, so you load up again, get the horses rehitched to the caravan, begin to make your way out. Walking in, it's a relatively slow pace, people kind of clearing off the road, allowing the caravan to go through. The streets are not exactly super wide. It looks like most of the large travel kind of follows along the main road, and as you cut in, there's different places where you can hitch your horses and park caravans, and they look pretty well used, but they're definitely not like downtown core kind of thing. It's you park everything off a ways away, and then you slowly make your way into the center of town. You see there's a small little octagonal stone waterfall, no water actually flowing through it at the moment. Not waterfall, sorry, fountain. No water actually flowing through it at the moment. A couple of kind of generic buildings, just like depictions of a keg of ale on the side of one. You would imagine it's probably a supply shop of some kind. There's ropes and tools in another. Very, very generic kind of place. And you eventually do come down and you do see that there are the two aforementioned places, the 7-stringed harp and the Singing Sprite. Singing Sprite just having a picture of what looks like a pixie on a little dull board outside, and then the 7-stringed harp actually having the harp appearing on a signboard out front. But you do hear there's a little bit of music coming from inside. It actually sounds like there's a harp playing on the inside of the tavern.
Shall we check in?
All right.
Let's go.
All right, so you guys make your way inside, and things are, mid-afternoon, not exactly busy, but there is an ethereal, spectral harp flying around the inside of the tavern, playing assorted melodies, constantly. It doesn't stop. It ends one, pauses for about 3 or 4 seconds, and then starts up with a new one. So, kind of an interesting thing that you wouldn't expect to see.
And yet...
And yet we are.
Did?
Yeah. So making your way inside, you see that there is just a human guy standing behind a counter, kind of cleaning off a bar and using a slightly dirty rag to wipe out a couple of different mugs. Good day. Come on over.
We'd like to check in. How many nights do you think we'll be here, you guys?
We simply do it on a night-by-night basis. It's not exactly hard for us to do that.
Yeah, that seems to probably be the best way. Sort of...
Suits me.
How
many rooms do you have?
We've got 17 rooms that we can let you choose from.
Okay.
Fantastic. What's the rate for room per night?
Room per night, you'll be looking at 5 silver pieces per person. Oh, sorry, 5 silver per room. If you want to double up, it ends up coming up to 3 silver per person.
What's your bathtub situation?
We have bathing basins in each of the rooms.
Right, and what are your regulations and rules around drinking champions?
We don't have one.
So you have an opening?
No. the people who come in every night, and
Great.
they have a couple of drinks, and every once in a while they get into a bit of a competition with each other, but it's not if something within the bar here is alerted of a single individual that is the strongest drinker in Secomber.
So you're saying there's an opportunity to be grabbed and taken up? I hear what you're saying. No problem at all.
Sure. Whatever makes you spend the most money.
There is definitely a lucrative business opportunity in that. We've toured a few places, and I can tell you, probably one of the most popular establishments we've all been in together. There was a drinking championship going on, so it might be something worth looking into.
I appreciate the idea. Perhaps something that we'll look into in the future. I'm not exactly sure. It's not exactly our style here.
I'll be taking a private room.
A private room for you, that'll be 5 silver, please.
Absolutely.
Ali?
Yeah, I was gonna say let's split the cost. I don't mind sharing.
Why not?
3 silver each, please.
I'll be doubling up with my friend Hope here.
Alright, 3 silver each, please. And then I assume a single for yourself? A single for you, yeah?
Yes, single for me.
5 silver, please.
There you go. Whatever place has the largest bathtub.
None of them have bathtubs. They have bath basins. Washing basins.
Right, the largest bath basin.
They're all the same size.
I'll take the one that's slightly larger than the other.
Sure, we'll make sure that we arrange that for you. Do you have luggage that you need brought upstairs?
No, just...
I think we can carry our stuff.
Right, alright. Stairs are back there. Starts on the 2nd floor, up to the 3rd. Anywhere you find an empty room, make yourselves at home.
Cool.
Thank you.
Just kind of head up and dump off the gear.
Yeah. So yeah, so you make your way up. At this point, it's 5 o'clock, 4:30. Like, you've still got most of the evening available to you. Not too many people are coming in. Day's kind of wrapping up. Amanda?
When we walked in, was there any sort of a announcements posting like we saw in Waterdeep, like either job postings or like information for the town or anything like that we've passed? Not
in here. The Waterdeep having a bounty board is more so just because of the size of the town. For you guys, from end to end, you could probably walk all of Secomber in about 35-40 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a small town.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll probably go back down to the tavern area with Hope and just sort of wait for the rest of the group.
Yeah, and all of you just
I'll join.
Yeah, cleaning up a little bit, taking off any extra pieces you don't see are necessary. I'm assuming just taking it easy for the night. You're not heading out.
Well,
if there's more to the town, we might, but since there's not, I think we'd stay here.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind
might be
going
worth
for a
our
nice
while
little jaunt around the night.
Do a little evening walk. I mean, they did say that attack happened around sunset.
I could take care of that.
Okay, around the perimeter of the town, kind of thing.
Do a little check-in.
Yeah. All right. So unless you head out from the tavern and you're kind of walking down the streets, and there's not a ton of people right now. You start to see more kind of heading towards the homes, whether it's on the eastern hill where a lot of the human houses, the full-size freestanding homes are. A lot more of the halflings are starting to make their way into kind of the hillside homes that are built into the side of the hill on the northern side of the town.
How cute.
Yeah. It's a pretty generic, quiet place. Probably a little more quiet than usual, obviously given what happened a couple of weeks ago. But life is starting to come back, right? Like, the dead obviously have been buried by this point. Services have had. People are starting to kind of accept that this is their new normal, and they're starting to move on with things a little bit. Making your way around, you're not really getting any weird looks. Right? Make a perception check. 14. Yeah, you see him, you kind of catch a glimpse of him as he makes his way out of one shop and then down an alleyway, and you kind of have to jog to catch up to him, and he has disappeared again. You kind of wait a couple of minutes there. You imagine he's probably gone into one of the buildings, and eventually you hear a little ta-ding, ta-ding, ta-ding as he ends up stepping out, and there is. He's just walking down the walking down the road. Looks like he's got a couple of bags of groceries, fresh fruit and vegetables.
I'm gonna run over to him and say, "Oh, Emilio, Emilio, right? Do you need some help there? Are you all right with all that stuff?"
No, I'm fine. What is it that you're doing here exactly?
What are we doing here?
What are you doing here? Why are you following me?
I did. Not following you. That's a bit presumptuous and self-involved. No, I'm just, walking around the town, just getting a look-see of this place. I've never been up here before, so getting the nice air, breathing in.
And he looks up at this still lit sun.
I know.
All right. Sure. Why not? Well, I hope you're finding it pleasant.
Yes. Sorry, I don't mean to bother you. I'm sure you've got a lot of very important things to do, lots of food to feed your multicolored cats. But I just wanted to ask you. You seemed very intrigued when you met me earlier. Have you not seen very many Tritons? You seem like somebody's very experienced in the strange.
Well, yes, that's the reason why I was so curious, is that Tritons are not something that is exactly seen on these lands very often. Seeing someone such as yourself with so many other people around, none of your race with you, it's a curious sight. How exactly did you get here? Are you planning on going home at some point, or is this your new home? A lot of questions to be asked, but now was not exactly the right time to ask them.
Right. Well, you kind of broke the ice on that one, no pun intended, but, I've been trying to get home for some time, but apparently finding magical means to do so is
difficult.
Much harder than I thought. Yes. You seem like a man who might know his way around a portal or two. Do you have any... I don't want to be presumptuous. I'm not saying all magic users know all the same things, but... Would you happen to know any knowledge of portals, gateways?
And you see him kind of take a minute and internalize a thought process, and you can kind of see him switching back and forth between, does he deserve to know this, and should I prove to him how smart I am? And then he just kind of settles on you again, and then just...
Portals exist between the planes. There are some that are set in secret locations that are very difficult to access, and others that can be created. It is up to you to determine which one you would like to attempt to use if you ever had to return home.
I mean, I don't have the knowledge to make any myself. I mean, as I said earlier, I displayed some magic, but I don't know
Definitely
where
not at that level.
Nope, not at all. And I have no idea how the magic inside me works in any capacity whatsoever. I just woke up one day, some crazy dragon showed up in a dream called Ostilian, and suddenly I had ice powers and other things. Still trying to use them to my ability, but
Hold on. And he puts a finger out and stops you talking, and he just kind of...
You woke up and you could do magic?
Yeah.
How old were you when this happened? Were you a child?
No, this was I reach into my bag satchel, pull out my Les Paul diary, and just go. It was about a year and a bit ago. About a year and a half, roughly.
Interesting.
Recent. Why is that weird?
Not weird, just rare. Did you have a traumatic experience prior to that? Did you die, perhaps?
I die? Sorry, did I die?
No. What triggered it for you was, it was after you guys got back from the Ember Temple, right?
It was We were in that Ember Temple when there was that weird wizard magic in that statue and I got knocked out, I think.
Yeah. So, no, that was what happened. So that was your first experience with it, yeah. So the traumatic experience for you was almost dying.
Right.
Yeah,
Wasn't it Argynvost? Because then when we were going to Kresk, Les was like sick. I remember he was like, "Oh, I have a cold."
Sorry, you're right. It was Argynvost. Yeah, so it was Castle Argynvost with all the experiences there, and with Argynvost himself. Yes, and then that kind of the awakening moment was the threat of death.
It was with the fox.
It was
It
what?
was with the foxy thing.
The foxy thing?
It was in the statue, and there was the spellcaster.
I think that might have happened later on.
That was the Amber Temple.
Yeah, so the Amber Temple is when the powers manifested. They first started to, first started to feel weird leaving Argynvost. So it was essentially the, something was awakened inside Argynvost, and then when you reached the Amber Temple and you were put in a life or death situation, that was when the powers actually came to fruition. So it was a traumatic experience for you.
Right.
Yeah, that was what I was remembering as the original manifestation of it.
But okay.
Yeah. So
yeah, well, it was near Argynvost. Something pretty traumatic did happen, but
well,
I didn't die.
That's a lot of words that I don't understand. So, either way, though, you said that something traumatic happened, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I messed up the videos. I'm
I know.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm fixing it.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. It happens. And we're back. So.
Right. Well, there have been stories in the past. I'm sure you'd be able to find some of them if you manage to make your way inside either of the great libraries, whether that's at Candlekeep or in Waterdeep. You would be able to find interesting stories of usually not incredibly powerful magic users, but of people who had a power lying dormant inside them for decades or centuries, and eventually being awakened by some kind of a traumatic experience such as that.
The dragon that appeared in my vision called himself Austelian.
Well, Austelian is not a name that I am particularly familiar with, but dragons appearing in visions is not exactly uncommon. They are some of the most ancient of magical creatures existing across the realms. It is entirely believable that perhaps some kind of a bloodline. Did you happen to randomly start speaking or understanding a language that you didn't understand before?
I want to make sure I get this right, because when I say these things, I don't know if it's happening or not. Lub-a-dub-dub, thanks for the grub. Did I say that in Draconic?
Make a charisma check. Just straight up add your charisma modifier.
Ooh. That's an 8, 9.
A 9? In common.
I love your lovely cats. They are the best colored cats.
Give me a second. I'm a bit of a practiced linguist, a cunning linguist as to myself. So,
was it in this language? And Aluura, and it's Elven. You don't understand it. And you just kind of you have no clue. And he runs through 6 or 7 languages and eventually hits Draconic and speaks that. And what about this one? And that's where you kind of just go, and you do the on the nose. That's the one. And he just kind of
a Draconic bloodline. Then intriguing. A few stories in the past of dragons making arrangements with some of the humanoid races, allowing them access to certain powers that are awoken after centuries or millennia, even a specific descendant. Maybe it goes into that one individual and is never awoken in past generations, but that a certain person suddenly manages to unlock these interesting powers that you seem to have. I would definitely spend some time doing a bit of research here. This isn't something that I am particularly acquainted with, as I am a studied scholar of a mage, rather than one who was simply born with natural talent.
Of course, you are very talented. I mean, the shades of those cats are... They are so many varied colors and not your normal Roy G. Biv, am I right? All right. Well, you've given me a lot more to go on than anyone else has been able to give me. I swear, I've asked every Dragonborn I know about dragons, and none of them can give me any.
You asked Dragonborn about dragons?
Well, yes. They're Dragonborn.
My good boy. Dragonborn are the result of dragons interacting with humans on a more carnal level and creating a new species. The Dragonborn do not recognize the dragons, and the dragons resent the Dragonborn for stealing their lineage. Those would not be the correct people to be asking about anything relating to dragons. A mutual hatred of each other.
Now that I look upon that in retrospect, yeah, that explains a lot. That explains a lot. I don't, again, final thing, I'll leave you be to your goods and services and shopping spree. Do you have any advice you could give the budding novice magic user? You seem very wise, very capable, very handsome. Seems like you'd be able to...
For someone who simply woke up with power that they did not have before, asking someone who has spent a lifetime studying the arcane, no. You must do your own research into this. It is not something that there is a shortcut for. You do not get given the answers just because you find someone who is more powerful than yourself. You put the time, you put in the effort, and you understand exactly what it is that happened to you, why it happened to you, and hopefully how to control it, how to be better than what you are now. Good luck, my friend.
And he starts to make his way off, holding his groceries.
Interesting guy. I just make my way back to the tavern.
All right. So all of you, having been upstairs for a little bit, come down. Food is included as part of the meal, or as part of the evening as well, so all of your food and drinks are provided for you. The evening starts to get a little bit more on the rowdy side. There are quite a few soldiers. Most of the people who are coming in, most of the patrons for the evening who are really dipping into drinks, are the Lord's Alliance troops that are stationed there. Almost all of them are just in common clothes, look like off for the evening. There's enough soldiers that they're not needing to be on, a 24-hour round watch kind of thing. But the night progresses cordially. Everybody's getting a little bit drunk. Everybody's having a decent amount of fun. The one exception is that nobody from the village is actually in the tavern. You would take it that given the nature of this village, it is a farming village, a fishing village, a stone cutting village. People work for themselves. They work hard. They go home at the end of the day with the things that they collect from their farms, and they make their own food. It is probably rare, maybe on some of the festivals only, where they would really make their way into town and celebrate in and amongst the taverns.
Interesting.
All right. So all of you turn in for the evening after dinner, I'm assuming? Or anything you wanted to do before turning in?
Was there anybody playing dice?
No real games of any kind. People are there for a reason. They're there to drink. Yeah. Okay. They're there to just wash away what's throughout the day. Not a lot of people have an extra lot of coin or anything.
One quick question. Is Shazair there?
No, she's not.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Can I scan the room and see which of these soldiers might make an optimal opponent for a drinking championship match?
There are quite a few of them. Pretty solidly set. You would imagine, based on the people who are there, the ones who kind of tend to have the most prolific experiences with things like drinking competitions tend to be dwarves. there are a couple of dwarves that are there. They are clustered, most of them by themselves in a room, kind of drinking in and amongst each other. But none of them really appear to be somebody that like are having drinking competitions. They're there just to celebrate the fact that they're not working for the evening, having a couple of drinks in the town, and then they're expected to be back in the morning. This isn't like a rowdy bunch of merchants that are traveling through or anything like that.
Okay.
All right. So you guys turn in for the evening?
I think I would just listen in the common room first just to see if I could hear anything interesting or hear anybody talking about the attack.
Sure. Listening through, all of these troops are people who were recently brought into Secomber. There's nothing of any real interest that you can glean from them.
Okay.
Yeah, they're too fresh-faced.
Give it the cursory, like...
Yeah, it's always worth asking. But yeah, in that case, just because of the nature of this, given the fact of how recently everybody was brought into the city, the information really is from the people who were here when the attack started, who survived the attack, and the ones who are to be briefed on everything, which is who Shazair is.
Yeah, it might be worth us going back, or it might be worth us going back tomorrow to talk to the elf who was injured if he's recovered a little bit more.
Yeah, I think it also might be beneficial to try the other inn.
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you want to duck in there for a little bit?
Of the soldiers, as opposed to the.
We could take a peek over there now and see if there's any action happening.
It is just down the street.
Oh
yeah.
Sure, might be worthwhile.
Yeah, it might be like it seems to be that this is where the soldiers are congregating, and I feel like the townsfolk wouldn't necessarily congregate in an area with soldiers potentially. So
new soldiers especially who haven't been sticking in the town for long. I agree. I'll go with you, Aluura, if you'd like to go, and Doctor. Anyone else?
I'll go. Yeah.
I'll probably chill at the thing. So yeah, if you guys want to dip off.
Les, would you like to join us, or are you gonna continue looking for a drinking champion? Challenger, sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna scope out my next victim.
Maybe don't say that one quite so loud, buddy.
I don't think anyone in here holds a candle to Gwendolyn, though.
That was some big shoes to fill, for sure.
All right, so the three of you stepping outside, essentially just heading down half a block around a corner, and then eventually finding the singing sprite. Push your way inside. There's a very small little dining area. You see just a kind of an elderly woman, halfling, standing on a little apple box behind a counter, and she just kind of looks up and, "Oh, hello, dearies. It's a pleasure to meet all of you this evening. Are you checking in for the night?"
Oh, we've actually got a place at the other inn in town, but we've heard that, yours is the real authentic place to come and have a quiet point and, relax after the day's cares.
Well, it's definitely on the quiet side tonight, dear. If you look around, there's not exactly a soul inside.
Oh, is there a reason that it's so empty tonight?
Not a lot of trade coming through lately. The last couple of weeks have been a bit on the quiet side. It's a bit difficult to get anybody through the doors when an attack happened so recently. A lot of the merchant ships are coming through and not exactly spending the night as they used to, simply grabbing their supplies and then heading down the river in whatever direction they head.
I'm sorry to hear of your troubles. We've heard about the attack. We're actually in town to look into it.
We are?
We are, yes. Were you here? You seem like a local. Were you here when it happened?
I was inside my tavern, making sure that everything was buttoned up for the night. And everybody checked into their beds. A couple of people upstairs, and then we started to hear the commotion coming from the north side of town. It's a good 15-20 minutes from where we are here. A bit far enough away that we were able to not be affected by it. I obviously didn't run toward the sound of the commotion.
Of course. I'm glad you're all right and your business is intact. I'm sure it was very frightening for everyone involved.
Well, there's a reason why that we've got the Alliance soldiers here, being the ones that protect us on a daily basis from any kind of attacks, whether they be bugbears or hobgoblins or anything like that coming in.
We've heard that the roads are not as safe as they could be. That must be frightening for your trade.
The roads are always unsafe. No matter how you look at things, there's always going to be somebody who's coming in, trying to take your coin, trying to take your horses, or trying to take your life. Best we can do, simply being quiet, staying in a little village that chooses no sides and simply exists for people to travel through and for those of us to make a living.
Mm-hmm. Now, we've heard that your town is, this is kind of your lovely establishment here and the other inn are sort of the only places in town to eat drinks. Do you know if there's anyone else in town who does any kind of commerce or perhaps medical care or alchemy, potions, herbal tinctures, anything like that?
Not exactly, dear. You're looking in a town that pretty much exists at the edge of any side of commerce. We're simply a stopping place for those making their way between larger cities and making sure that they can get a good night's sleep, a nice warm bed, a decent bit of food in them, rather than surviving off whatever exists on board their ships. Obviously, the ships are a little smaller that pass through here, not looking at the big ones that sail out on the Sea of Swords or anything like that. But
speaking of a good night's sleep, have you heard of any people who were here before the attack having strange dreams? Anything kind of out of the ordinary? Since I assume, as the local barkeep, you might have people drowning their sorrows, trying to wind up to go to bed.
You'd be better off asking the people over at the actual tavern. Over here, we simply provide a little bit of food and a nice place to get a night's rest. No drinks.
We were over there, but it just seemed like it was only the soldiers who had arrived after the attack had already happened, so no one who was really local was able to talk to us.
Well, the locals are not soldiers, dear. They simply saw the attack coming in and all of them fled, making sure that they put their lives ahead of anything else.
Oh, I understand. I don't mean right before the attack. I mean in general. We've just sort of heard that, it's possible that dreams, bad dreams might have been connected to the creatures that attacked. So we were just wondering if anybody who lived in the town before the attack happened had been experiencing anything like that.
Not that's made it their way to my ears, dear. I tend to be pretty well connected, given the fact that everybody travels through the village at some point or another during the day, but nothing along those lines that came across my ears.
No.
What was your name? Oh, sorry, Aluura.
No, go ahead.
My name is Gertruda.
Sorry, I coughed and I missed the first part of that.
Gertruda.
Gertruda, are you from here?
No, originally I actually came a bit north. I used to live a bit further south, kind of east of Baldur's Gate, and then eventually made my way up and over, looking for a bit of a place to quiet down.
Your accent sounds familiar too. You're close to the area that I'm hailing from originally, so it's nice to hear.
It's a bit of a rare one to have in these parts, I admit that. But good to see that it gave you a thought of home.
It did. That's rather a mixed bag, but I appreciate it nonetheless. I really appreciate your time and your help. If you can think of anything or you hear anything, you ask for the brunch bunch over at the...
Oh, that's sweet. The brunch bunch. All right.
Oh, thank you. Glad you like it. over at the 7-string harp. Aluura, did you have something you wanted to say?
No, I think you've covered all of my questions.
Okay. Gertruda's very sweet. I love her.
I know.
She sounds like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Yo, protect her at all costs.
I know, right? You cannot be harmed.
Gertruda's the new.
PTSD.
Who was that old lady from the castle?
Oh my goodness. Agatha?
Do you guys want to should we have a quick...
Anthea. Yeah, Agatha was the hag.
Not nice. She was rude, but we still loved her.
Funky, okay.
This is our first NPC that was like, oh, here's our pet NPC, and we saved her. Gertruda, Aluura, Doctor, should we have a quick drink here? It's kind of...
Absolutely. I think it would be only polite.
So no, I said doctor.
You heard Dr. D, and that's...
No, I didn't say Dr. D. I think Dr. Doom. Gertruda, do you do any herbal teas or anything like that for my friend Aluura?
I can definitely whip you up a little bit of a batch of something if that's what you're in the mood for.
Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you.
Might be a couple of minutes. 2 silver if you have it on it, dear.
Yeah.
All right. So she'll take.
For myself and the doctor, do you have, and I suppose you have any whiskey, anything like that?
No, dear. We don't tend to have any kind of ales or meads or anything inside.
All right. You know what? I'll have some tea as well. I'm happy to.
It'll be for a pot, so I'll bring out a few cups.
Sure. I'm gonna tip her a gold. I just like palm it to her quite surreptitiously.
Please, I understand that you think we've fallen on hard times, but I don't want to take advantage.
No. Thank you for your time. It's much appreciated. You've been quite candid with us, and it's nice to hear a familiar voice so far from home. You can, and I firmly but gently put it back to her.
Just drop it and let it roll. She'll find it later.
Take the coin.
All right. I'll take it and I'll remember.
Throw it at the bottles behind the bar. Oh, there are no bottles.
There are no bottles. It's all just empty glassware. So she disappears for a couple of minutes, brews a nice pot of tea, brings out 3 cups for the 3 of you, and it sets down, and it is quite nice. Notes of citrus, a little bit of hibiscus in there as well, touch of lemongrass. It'll probably keep you up for a couple of hours, but eventually give you a nice night's rest.
Is that based on your tea from the other day, Jordy?
It is, which I definitively think was incredibly highly caffeinated because I was buzzing.
Oh, it might have had yerba mate.
Yeah, whatever it was, I was writing D&D like I've never written it before. It is crazy. I went 4 hours just banging on my keyboard, and I had made so many spelling mistakes. I was so upset at myself. Anyway.
Jordy had mystery tea, and he was like, this is tea, right? Not potpourri. And I was like, I can definitely see lemongrass in there. I think it's tea.
Yeah, but there's still lemongrass in potpourri. For all we know, whatever it was, the color was like the most vibrant orangey red I've ever seen in a tea. It was crazy.
I think there was hibiscus in it. It was either hibiscus or rose hips.
Yeah, whatever it was really good. Anyway,
sorry.
So the tea comes out, is delicious. It is definitely going to keep you up for a couple of hours, but it's still relatively early in the evening. You've got a fair bit of time to be able to make your way back and relax with some food. Everybody kind of taking their time for the evening, and then eventually, anything else anybody else wanted to do?
I would have so, in talking about, or in trying to find information about dreams, I wonder if it would be beneficial if we asked around about, the local mad, mad
right. Anyone who sort of struggles with their mental health.
Yeah.
People who are more susceptible.
Someone who is not maybe dreams are manifesting in a way, and people are talking about them in a way that people the community doesn't know that it's a dream, that they're, and that might...
Someone who might be susceptible to influence that other people might not take seriously.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say with talking to the bartender, make a just general charisma check.
This is Aluura's, yeah.
Yeah, this is Aluura's.
That was not it. 21?
21? You ask around about everything that would fit that description. Somebody a little bit on the crazy side, somebody a little bit on the mad side, someone who maybe complained about some dreams they were having. Dreams? Visions? No. Crazy, mad? Okay. Sage. He's kind of
That's what I was expecting the answer to go.
He's kind of the town crazy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Golden cat.
That's about
that checks out, honestly.
Yeah, okay.
The guy does have a million colored cats hanging around a tower.
Yeah, I was just thinking that there was another angle we could...
Mm-hmm. That might be, I think it's good that we investigated it, but it may be specific to Leif because of his relationship with Aluura and, his abilities. Elethe, sorry.
It's okay. Aluura is. I know exactly where you got that one from.
Our
other furbolg cleric. Our other furbolg cleric.
Yeah.
So.
Elethe.
Yeah, I think that you're right, Elethe. I think that this is specific to Leif, and I think that this was a warning for just him and just our group, which is frightening.
I agree. I think we should take it very seriously. Doctor, you don't have any sort of experience hearing about these kinds of things? I mean, I know that you also have a patron. I assume you talk with them every once in a while, but I can't imagine it usually happens to you without your control, without your consent.
No. Usually it's just a voice in the head, or a nice sort of dream, or occasionally a visit in person, but nothing quite so ominous as what Leif has experienced.
But it wasn't. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it strikes me that this vision seems very Leif-centric, for lack of better phrasing. I think, I don't know that. I think we've been given the clue that whatever this is, it has to do with this force laying waste to a forest, which I think is important, being as how, that's where Leif's from. I don't know a whole lot about Elethe, but certainly there seems to be some symbology in the vision. I think.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, please, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it does seem connected to these creatures in terms of sort of the kind of feeling pantheon devilry, like especially Leif being given a burn that doesn't leave, and these creatures burning and being resistant to fire.
Well, the thing that struck me the most is, the chains.
Yes.
That's a specific iconography. That could be something within a demonic pantheon, if you will. That could be a symbol.
From Leif's description was that his patron was frightened by this image.
Oh, sure.
And she left with a warning to him, and then he was attacked in his dream.
Mm-hmm. And whoever it was spoke directly to him.
I think perhaps the issue. I want to just get the terminology down right. This wasn't a dream.
Mm-hmm.
The Amelior said this was a vision. I think that's an important thing to keep in mind, because we're not dealing with a dream. Would be something that any one of these villagers could have had a million times after these monsters, these devils, attacked, because they would have been traumatized by it. This vision, I think, happened specifically to Leif because he has a connection to Elethe. Elethe was trying to warn him. I don't know if we're going to have a whole lot of luck finding other people with similar experiences, because I doubt there are any other particularly powerful clerics in this village.
I agree. I think it was worth looking into. I mean, maybe what we need to do is when we get back to Waterdeep, perhaps, is some research on Elethe and see if she has any sort of like divine or demonic enemies on kind of
yes, sir.
A deity scale.
Yeah, given my knowledge of fiendly patrons, would I know of any devils, any greater demons that would have like a sort of chainy sigil or chainy iconography?
Given your background, demon lore potentially, devil lore no. Devil paid hierarchy investigations into how devils actually work, how they're created, how they ascend through the ranks. That's not really something that you have specific information on. It's something that you can definitely research, but it's not something that you just inherently know. You would need to go back through books that are 2, 3, 5, 7, 800 years old and learn about how that all came up and transpired. So again, something to add to the list of things that you can research once you get back.
Well, could I ask Rick?
Library cards!
Rick...
Reading is what? Fundamental.
What is Rick again? He's just an imp, right?
He's an imp from the Fiend Plains.
Sure. You know what? Yeah. Make an intelligence check for Rick.
I see his face right now.
Oh boy.
It's exciting.
He likes this thread that's being pulled. Waka waka waka.
Okay. Shit, that's a 17, Jordy.
Okay.
All right.
Oh my god.
We might want to go somewhere a little more private for this.
Yeah, let's hop up to the suites, shall we?
Sure thing.
All right. So a bunch of you make your way upstairs, and Rick pops his invisibility out, and you can see him just kind of like sit down on the bed a little and cross his leg over and just kind of look at all of you and just.
I mean, it's pretty common knowledge that a lot of creatures are referred to as spawns of hell on your plane. To us, they're just some asshole.
Of course.
They tend to be demons or devils. Myself, lower form of devil. You know, not something super powerful, something you can kind of keep at your beck and call at a moment's notice. Some of those creatures, every once in a while, tend to make their way over to the prime plane. Obviously, I was summoned by you, others summoned by others. But that's always done by some kind of magical means, right? The only creatures that make their way natively between planes are the ones who are powerful enough to find a permanent portal between the planes. And those are few and far between if they even exist at all. Usually it's some kind of a spell, binding service of some kind. There are a bunch of different classifications of devils. You got your lower end ones, things that basically one of you guys, you make a deal with an individual. He offers you something in return for your soul. You make your way down to the 9 hells. You potentially die, you potentially suffer eternal agony, and you rot for the rest of your life in a fiery pit. All of eternity. Sometimes, some guy sees you, he takes a liking to you, takes a shine. He turns you into a, what we call a null. Basically, you're a nothing. Little blob of flesh. You don't do anything, you just exist for his pleasure. He pokes you with a stick sometimes. We all start out like that. Unless you find a way to jump the line. You get in good with a real strong thing. He bumps you up a couple of steps right out of the gate. But most of us, 99.9%, we start out as these nulls. Some of the top guys, they call them lemures. As time progresses, you eventually start to get a little stronger. Maybe your blobby form, you start to shift and suddenly you got an arm. And then you got a leg. And then you start forming a head, but you got no eyes, you can't see shit. And start to make your way up and you get a little stronger. Time goes on, you eventually get a little bit stronger. Some of them get red skin, some of them get horns. Sometimes they find a chain wraps itself around his body. Anything so stronger than that, you're looking way out of my realm. But there are much stronger things. I mean, you won't talk crazy. There are 9 levels of hell. Every level of hell has got a lord, called the 9 lords. Maybe it's worth looking into that, see what your scholars know about that shit.
Very, very fascinating. Thank you for that, buddy. Do you want a drink from downstairs? I'll buy you one.
I think I deserve about 3.
Yeah, I think so.
I'll take that.
And he goes invisible again.
Well, that was very helpful.
Well, guys.
Good job, Rick. So I guess we need to really hit that library when we get back to Waterdeep.
Yeah.
It's all about knowing the right questions to ask.
I'm going to hop downstairs and procure a pint.
Okay.
And bring it back upstairs with me and just kind of leave it on the desk or the windowsill.
Yeah. And you see the pint just kind of appearing on the windowsill, and then a couple of seconds later you just hear a little and then pint lifts off the ground, and all of a sudden the liquid just starts to disappear.
Yeah, my man.
Yeah. He gets pretty far into the first one and then kind of sits down. You can see, like, progressively just gets lifted and drunk a little bit, and then he tries to fly over to you, and one of his wings kind of lets go, and then he just kind of into the ground, clearly rigging a little on the drunk side.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I fucking deserve it. Night boss.
Yeah, you do.
And
you do.
He kind of just floats on top of one of on top of one of the dressers and bookcases, and then just kind of passes out on top of it and becomes visible again.
That's my guy.
If we need some info before we get back, perhaps Emilior would tell us a little bit more about the Nine Hells. But
I think
done with our conversation, so we may have to wait on that.
I think what may behoove us is if we, in the morning, set out and do our best to figure out where these things are attacking from. There must be some sign of them in the woods at least. If these are flaming monsters, surely there will be some burned brush or some...
I agree. I mean, our literal mandate from Lady Silverhand is to go to where these things came from to see what we can see.
Absolutely, and I suspect we'll find a whole lot out about them when we get there.
Yeah, and what we're required to do is get information. No?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like, that's what we're getting is information.
Yeah, we don't... If it's a force that's larger or more powerful than what we can imagine, than what we can face, we don't need to take it out. We just need to return to Waterdeep with some information at this time.
But it may be
pleased if we could deal with it, but if we can't,
we may want to bring back a specimen if we can.
Yeah, I think it all will have to depend on what we find.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like everything has been dusted.
That's true, but perhaps we can find some way of preserving them.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they turn into dust, we can at very least collect some dust.
You're right.
We can take weapons if they have any. We can, Here's a jar of dirt. Yes.
Well, I mean, straw turned into dust too, but supposedly vampire dust has magical properties that can be used. So demon dust might as well.
Mm-hmm.
Surely even an insignia, something that would show us an allegiance of some measure, would be information.
Right, or perhaps a person who is of this plane, who's made some kind of deal, who is guiding their movements, or...
Someone we could kidnap, you're saying?
I'm definitely saying that.
Big fun.
What do you guys think about... What are your impressions of Emilior?
I felt that he was quite vain. He was definitely susceptible to flattery. He did kind of know it was happening, but he liked it anyway.
Yeah.
I do think he was telling us the truth about most things. I don't think he was trying to mislead us, but he does also seem to be quite jealously protective of his own secrets. He told us what he told us because it didn't matter to him. He wasn't going to look into it. He was glad to have won that battle, especially because it proved his superiority over the people of this town, but he didn't care to look into it. So it cost him nothing to tell us what he found. Should it be a matter of something that he was interested in, I doubt we'd find him so forthcoming. But perhaps we can forge some kind of positive relationship with him. I think he'd be useful. What about you guys?
Leif, what are you... Sorry, I just want to clarify. We're back at the inn we're staying at.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you had all made your way upstairs, which is how Rick gave that whole bit.
I totally thought you guys were still at the other place.
I wasn't sure either. That's why I didn't chime in.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you guys were like already sleeping and we were just like
we've
doing
been
something
talking
else.
for a long time. We need to like
Les and I have just been getting
drinking with somebody.
Yeah,
me and Les
between Les,
drinking
Hope,
all the
and
time.
Leif, they're pretty deep at this point.
Yeah.
Right, but I just want to check in with them as players.
If you guys want to be part of this RP, it's not meant to leave you out. You can join in. You can be like, oh, we just came upstairs. We're going to join in the conversation if you want.
Yeah, no, I'm feeling pretty...
I was under the assumption that we all went upstairs together.
Mm-hmm.
So would have you come up with us? Because we would have been like, hey, we've got some more information. Like,
I'm gonna say no, only because I'm gonna say no, only because you guys were talking pretty openly about me as if I wasn't.
That was before we were back.
Back.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Basically, they had the tea and then went and then came back.
Dipped. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
No, I think in that case, unless I'd say we're pretty hammered at this point, so probably not. We'll stay out of this one.
Leif has been helping me pick a good champion challenge. downstairs in the bar.
Unless you realize that... Wait a second, why am I challenging these other people? These people are just as good! And you're looking across the table at Leif and Hope, kind of realizing that they've upped their game in the last year.
And
oh my god, can we
we're like, fighting pit? 3-person fighting pit?
Can you please do a drinking?
I couldn't beat Hope in the fighting ring, but maybe I can beat them in the drinking ring.
Now, do you know you couldn't beat Hope in the fighting ring? You could try.
I've tried twice.
Yeah.
It's
Urvalaki.
I don't want to get in the middle of
It's
this.
been a year. You could try again.
They're recovering their voice right now. I don't think it's really fair, at least tonight, to get in a scrap. Maybe another day.
All right.
So, all of this said, friends, I think here's what I think. I think there must be some evidence of whatever's going on, but I also think it may behoove us to check out other local sites of conflict, shall we say. I do think it's interesting that the orcs have set up in the mountain pass, and I do think it's interesting that the orcs have set up in the mountain pass, and it seems like they don't want to work with the demons, but they probably would be aware of them.
Yeah.
Possibly.
At this point, it's kind of the only lead we have besides going and reading back at Waterdeep.
Well, we should also head north within Secomber to look at everything that's going on.
Where we were, the orcs north of there is not going to be the exact same area as north.
Yes, exactly.
Here. So they're roughly the same direction, but not exactly. So
think about it for us, to put it in perspective for us, it's the walking difference between Cypress Mountain and Whistler. It's a long distance in between them, right? It wouldn't even be Cypress. It'd be like Cypress and the Rockies on the border with Alberta.
Nice.
It's a long ways. You were 3 days on a caravan at horse traveling pace between where the orcs were and where the devils seem to come from. And the devils even came from further away. It's like the orcs are here, the devils came from this direction.
Yep.
3 days difference.
Well, all said, I think we should do an investigation of around the town.
Yeah.
Around the town's perimeter. I think we've gotten as much information as we're going to get talking to people.
Yeah.
And we should probably start heading back and maybe deal with the orc problem on the way.
Except for maybe Ravik, the wounded elf. If he was in battle with these creatures, he may have seen something. But I think it benefits us to literally just go in the direction that they came from and see what we can see.
I agree.
Did you have anything about Amelior you wanted to?
I don't inherently trust him.
Yeah.
I think he's a very vain wizard type, and those tend to have secrets of all measure. Certainly the fact that he didn't want to, show off his clearly much bigger on the inside tower than to us. Admittedly, it was our first sit down, but all the same, that seems a little fishy. The amount of cats seems a little fishy.
His friends? Who were his friends?
Very fishy.
Yeah, I think a lot of what he's hiding a lot. I don't know what he is, what that's all about. I don't trust him. I also would, within what I'm saying, add in Thieves' Cant, asking Elethe if we should share that there's a bounty, that we know of a specific bounty on his head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You'd be able to respond in Thieves' Cant during the conversation.
Yeah. I think so. I don't think at this point we're going to take that job. It's too complicated, so bring it out.
On the job board in Waterdeep, there was a hit out on Amelior.
A hit?
Yeah. There was an assassination request for him by name. Not by Sage of Secomber, not by any of the
no prices listed.
Was there a respondent listed somewhere you'd go to cash it in?
So I'll explain how this all works. because this is something that we didn't really dive into. The way that assassination contracts tend to work, or thieves' cant contracts, because of the nature of the language and how intricate the symbols have to be just to be able to even spell out a name, it's not like the whole contract is listed there. You're given a name, and the way that it ends up working is the contracts are accepted by striking the name through. So essentially you just create a long groove striking through the name, and it's like a long weaving groove as if somebody was drawing like a dagger through it, and writing a location in Thieves' Cant. And then an individual will show up in that location, typically within 48 hours.
Oh, okay.
So basically you indicate that you're going to accept it, you say where you are going to be, and then the person who wants to give you the contract finds you.
Correct. They will approach you. You'll then speak in Thieves' Cant to understand that you're both there for the same reason. And once you've spoken, then the contract terms are laid out. Who the contract is for, what the bounty is for, what the terms of the contract are, etc. And there is negotiation as well, because obviously assassination contracts depend entirely on your skill level. So it's not like it's a set thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, that's very helpful to know. I think Aluura would know that, but Elethe probably wouldn't, because Elethe is just starting to get into like the seedy underbelly of things.
Yeah, you're learning the language. You don't know the nature of it.
Context. Yeah, exactly. Not yet, anyway.
So I would have.
Yeah.
I mean,
Aluura explained all that.
I wouldn't. I don't know if I would have shared that.
That's fine.
Because
You wouldn't have to. You would just inherently know that.
Yes. Okay. I don't think Aluura would have shared that. No, she would have kept that to herself.
That's fine.
I potentially would share that with Elethe later, but not the group. I would have just said that there was a hit out on Amelior by name.
Yeah.
So, somebody left the boy.
I mean, I think it might have been worthwhile to share that with him. Because
I told him everything we knew, which was that somebody out there meant him not well,
but we didn't tell him there was a bounty on him.
I think it was employed. He seems paranoid enough to me that he would read between the lines.
Yes, I suppose. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Aluura.
I think he fancies himself quite intelligent. He knows.
Yes,
by what we said, he knows.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't know. I'm saying that had we been more upfront about it, he might have shared a bit more with us as to who might it be. I mean, that said, certainly I can ask around amongst my network in Waterdeep and see if there's any leads as to who it could be.
For what it's worth, he said he wasn't aware that anybody wished him ill in particular.
Yes, but
I mean, he may not have been telling the truth, but
would within that underbelly, would it be bad form to be asking around about who put out? Okay, Doctor, I need you to not put out those feelers. That is.
It undermines the entire purpose of Thieves' Cant.
Yeah. That will put us in an extremely bad position. Myself specifically, I need you to not.
All right.
Ask around.
I would. Okay, I won't. I would say it might behoove us to figure out who it is that's put this hit out either
Agreed.
way.
If we
can. We have to go about that very carefully.
Mm-hmm.
Because that will also put you in a bad position as well, Doctor. I know you have a big network, and the way that we know about this hit is very specific. If it gets out that it was spoken about, there's a lost trust, and that potentially will reflect that on you and within your network.
Well, I've already agreed.
Aluura, would it have consequences like we'd find our names on the board if somebody found out who had spoken about it?
Jordy?
If an individual was inquiring about a contract and that individual did not have appropriate connections, that name would potentially appear on the would not make its way onto the bounty board, but the bounty would be struck and that individual would be found in a ditch.
Ooh.
There is that potential.
All right. I think we should approach this very carefully. I feel like, we're on spring ice. I'm not really sure we have a secure footing.
Yeah. I love this. I'm sorry.
How so do you mean we're on spring ice? I mean, we do have a footing. We're backed by the Grand Council of Waterdeep or whatever.
I can't tell you exactly, but it feels like we're secure, but something about this feels like there's more that we're about to find out.
Oh, absolutely.
Are going to put us in a vulnerable position. I'm a little worried that, it just seems like there's a bit of a coincidence with all of this happening here, and then the name on the board for this guy who's the only person who could possibly have defended this town from those creatures. So if he gets taken out, sure, he has a lot of cool stuff, but whatever those creatures were here for, no one's here to defend the town.
Oh, I'm not saying we kill him unless...
Oh, no, I know. I'm just saying I feel like there's something else going on here. It's not all a coincidence.
Oh, sure. Absolutely. Yeah. This is... there are no coincidences here. That said, I do feel it's important that we figure out what those connections are. We have a handful of sources we can rely on. We know for a fact right now that we have access to the Great Library of Waterdeep. We're doing fine there. We have each other. Mm-hmm. I have my own network in case we need things within town. But at the same time, we need to be extensively careful about who we trust with what.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think that just to reiterate, and I know you've already agreed, but the way that we know his name is on a bounty board,
mm-hmm.
we should never be talking about the fact that his name is on a bounty board. That there's a hit on him.
Do you want me to agree a third time?
Lest you're accepting the hit is bad form.
Mm-hmm.
Very bad form. Dangerously bad form.
I've spent quite a bit of time in the undercities of quite a few cities. Don't worry.
And yet you still didn't see his name.
No, I have other things to worry about.
I want to nudge Leif a little bit and be like,
I don't know. This is,
All right, well, I'm grateful you told me that, Aluura, because I'm still kind of learning these things, and I definitely won't be opening my mouth after that. I think we'll fill in the rest in the morning when everyone's up, and grab some breakfast, and then go out to the northeast and try to find any trace we can of these creatures.
I think that we should do the doctor suggested, a perimeter check around the city and head out. Does that sound like a agreeable plan for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go demon hunting.
All right.
What did you say?
Let's go demon hunting.
Oh, demon hunting.
Well, devil hunting. More appropriate.
There's a difference. All right. So, with that, everybody turns in for the evening?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Sleep comes to all of you, and that'll be where we wrap things up for the night. An interesting ending. Some information coming to light, and rather nice memory on Rick asking the right questions this time. He was able to give you a bit of a better insight as to how Devil Ascension works, and the fact that there are 9 layers of hell and specifically each layer of hell has its own lord. Which is something.
By the way, can I just say, RP across the board, fucking fantastic. Everyone. You are amazing, all of you.
Aww.
That was a great one. That was, I think, in the whole time we've been doing this, I think this was honestly one of my favorite sessions.
Really?
Because it was cool. Because
nice.
it was just me. This is me 100%. The ball is on you guys to find the people, ask the questions, figure it out, and I know all the answers. This isn't like I'm holding your hand room to room, walking through a castle. You can do anything you want. You can do it in whatever order you want, but you have to figure it out and actually use the brains. And you did it. All of you did it. You did fantastically tonight. I couldn't be happier.
We're in a sandbox.
You're in a
The three of you
sandbox.
talking, I was literally just watching it like a movie.
Yeah. All right.
I was so engaged.
So, good job, everybody, tonight. Thank you again for the chat, for your awesome support. Saw some amazing stuff in there. Some big shout-outs as well. Serena780, subscribing again for second month. Thank you for coming back. Appreciating you supporting us. And the Joel Latinus Cube with my favorite username of the night.
That was really good.
Yeah, I appreciate the Prime sub there. That's awesome. Thank you again for supporting the stream. Thank you all the rest of you for commenting, for being in the chat, for watching it. It helps us grow. It helps us get the awesome level that we're getting to right now where I'm running this whole thing, and I feel so great that I get to actually put it out and have 40 people watching it live and however dozens watch it on repeat afterwards. It's great.
Being a late night stream as well.
Yeah.
In consideration for like time zones and everything, we're a much later stream than what most people do. So
Represent.
the fact are like sticking around late at night. Love you.
Absolutely. And again, a big shout out and big thanks and big congratulations to the winner, Dodd Bio Run, DOD Bio Run. Congrats on winning your dice tray. We'll send you a message after the stream and let you know that we'll be sending that out and get all of your information, and we will go from there. But for the rest of you, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. We love you guys for supporting the stream. Can't wait to see all of you back here next week.
Next week for that devil hunting, baby.
Go on that devil hunt, and this is where things get real fun.
We're going to get all Van Helsing on it next week.
Oh, yeah, it'll be great. All right, have a good night, everybody. Sleep well. We'll see you next week.
Stay frosty, creamers.
Bye.